Well, while we're, Roland will be here in a few minutes and hopefully Craig will connect in a couple minutes as well. But in the meanwhile, so for roll call purposes, those present are Harriet Applegate, Graham Ball, Guy Thielen, Drew Herzig, and myself, and we're expecting Roland momentarily, and Craig Kluge is gonna be dialing in remotely. And we know that Jonathan and Stephanie are not gonna be attending today. Okay, so why don't we go to approval of minutes? So we have two sets of minutes to approve. Minutes from the 13th and minutes from the 17th. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve the minutes.
And do I have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor? Aye.
I do have some quick discussion.
Okay, I'm sorry, go ahead.
One is just, this is a rather silly thing, but for the April 13th minutes, I would like it noted that I participated, it says I participated via video conference, but I showed up about, at a certain point into the meeting, maybe like 11 a.m.
Okay,
in
we can
person.
note that you joined.
So I was able to vote on some things.
Around 11. Okay, that's helpful, thank you. Anything else? Any further discussion?
I don't see where it says, I don't see where it says that, but,
B, two B one, two B Romanet one.
oh, I see, okay, gotcha.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. All right, and then, so let me put those aside. My very sophisticated filing system. So I don't know, maybe we should wait for the others before we move on. The link went out?
Yeah, 3 minutes ago. Or. Here we go. It's Greg. Hello. Oh, I can't hear ya.
Can you hear him now? Hi, Craig. Can you speak?
Try looking at your little mic. Oh, I think that worked. No.
We heard a little bit.
Yeah.
For a moment.
Can't hear you now.
Can you say something, Craig?
He is. If you look at your audio settings, like to the left, there's a little microphone button down there. There's a little arrow. See if you can select a different microphone.
How about now?
Yes.
Thank you. Hi, Roland.
We literally just got started, so.
We were waiting
We're
for
not
you.
really starting.
We just approved minutes.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, I guess we are starting.
So, we'll let Roland settle in before we go to his item 6C, but why don't we move to 6D if Harriet and Drew want to talk about ranked choice voting.
Actually, first, Graham, can you unblur the background,
Oh yeah,
please?
for sure. Good call. How's that?
That looks good, thank you.
Just so that everybody knows, we didn't do April 17th?
We did, we just
Oh, we
approved
did
them both.
both, we both. Just so that you know, this folder, this right here.
Yeah.
When I went to send it, it asked that be cautious when you send it. It's really for internal use only, so please don't
Oh, sure.
let this go beyond this room. I thought it was so good.
They gave it to you to share, didn't they?
No, they
Yes,
did not. Well, they gave it to us to educate you all, but I thought
This is a public meeting.
I think that if it's included, it has to be accessible to the public.
okay, well, that's right. So,
We'll make good use of it.
Well, one of the things that I prepared was sort of an explanation of the issues that we raised, and then we have the latest charter amendment, so I guess we could go through that. The reason
Why don't we go through the charter amendment, and as we go through that draft, you can note your explanations. Because I don't know if people had a chance to read what you sent out last night.
How do we wanna do this? Do we wanna go through this?
well, basically, if there's ranked choice voting, then you don't need the primary for the mayor, so that's struck out. And then Angela put in January 1st, 2026, just as a placeholder date. We can determine how soon the city might want to move into ranked choice voting. She added by this charter because it's important in the face of the opposition mounting from the Ohio legislature that the city use all of its home rule power to kind of lock this in. Including so that notwithstanding any law to the contrary. So again, it's because Ohio legislature is moving to basically ban ranked choice voting.
Drew, if I could just make a comment, I think for the part in A, the only thing that's new is the part that's not underlined, correct? I sent you an email about that yesterday, because in the first part, in section 1, the part that's in red, we had seen previously.
Right.
Right.
But when you get down to, and when you get down to 6, I think we saw that last time too, but in 8,
Right,
for some reason, what we already saw is underlined and what's
Right.
brand new is not.
is not, that's correct.
Yeah.
But under 6,
Yeah,
the
thank
part
you.
that's not
Yeah,
underlined
it's
is
a little confusing. I guess that's just how it came out in the format kind of thing. So yeah, she added, because we asked about what if somebody in the mayoral election gets a majority first round, so she added that sentence. So that, so candidate receives more than half the vote, that candidate elected tabulation is complete, so that. Then the same text about single transferable vote. So the last part, the council shall by ordinance establish, we were advised that it's good to leave this in because if the Cuyahoga County Board of Elections decides to get passive aggressive about implementing ranked choice voting, it's good to have, again, some little muscle here to say, we can do this, the city has a right to do this, and the County Board of Elections has to respect that.
So it's essentially to guide the Board of Elections.
Yes, yeah. Because I called the Board of Elections and was told by the person I was speaking to, well, the Secretary of State is opposed to it. And which is, yes, exactly. Interesting take on the whole thing. So that's why they said, keep it in because we need to show a little bit of home rule muscle here. And again, the January 1st, 2026 is just a placeholder.
So, and then what about the final sentence that was in the prior draft about council having the authority to adopt ranked choice voting for other elected offices?
I think we could just put that back in. I think that was just an oversight that they didn't keep that. We can put that back in.
So Harriet, do you wanna comment about your discussion with the Board of Elections?
Well, it wasn't my discussion, it was, I was invited to add on to a meeting that a man named Sean Logan had scheduled with the Board of Elections to talk about the University Heights experience in which the city council decided, after talking to the Board of Elections, not to put it on the ballot. And so the concern on the part of Sean Logan, and his partner is Dean Krebs, they're both former state reps. One's a Republican, one's a Democrat, and they are going around to the state talking to folks around about ranked choice voting. So that's that's why they had planned this meeting, and I was added to the meeting because I too called Tony Perlotti, whom I know, who's the executive director of the Board of Elections, and he just threw me into this other meeting. So it was primarily to go through well, it was a long discussion in which they explained the situation. Basically, Clear Ballot, who is the contractor, the vendor who sells them the software and the hardware to tabulate election results, is also the vendor for the city of Portland, Oregon, and they are in the process of developing a system to count Portland, Oregon's ballots. I think it's this year. So the situation in Ohio is, in Ohio, you have to get certification at the federal and the state level, and there's some federal law that's holding up all change, holding up for the vendors all changes. It's because it's requiring another step. So
in other words, there has to be federal and state sign off on any change in the voting
Right.
method.
Well, not so much on the voting method, not the voting method per se. The rules of the across the board rules, and there's this new federal standard that everybody's scrambling to meet called 2.0, and there hasn't been resolved yet. So the Board of Elections locally has other changes that they wanna make, but they can't make them because this hasn't been.
Right, what are you talking about, changes to the hardware and software that's used for voting, or what are we talking about?
No, it's any change that any Board of Elections wants to make is stymied right now. That's one issue,
Apart from ranked choice voting.
apart from ranked choice voting, because of the change in federal regulations. So that's in the process of being resolved. So basically the Cuyahoga County Board of Elections said, well, our hands are tied right now because of this change in federal election requirements, certifications, whatever. And that has to do with the vendors, and the vendors writing the software and the hardware. So they don't know
So it does
yet.
relate to the vendors.
Yeah, it's the rules for the vendors. So, I mean, this is overly complicated for us. I don't know how much more you. So anyway, that's what this discussion was about. The ability of the local Board of Elections to in the future be able to count
Okay.
an RCV election. And they didn't say no, they didn't say they can't do it, they just said right now they can't. And they're more comfortable with later dates than closer dates. And I know the people nationally, the national RCV people as well as the state RCV people would both like to see elections be able to be counted in 2027. The Cuyahoga County Board of Elections said they were more comfortable with 2029 than 2027. So, and they think they can do it, they just, they can't do it today. And the point that Sean was making with them is, and I made it too, because I was aware of the University Heights situation, was that the way they said they couldn't do it sort of had a chilling effect on the University Heights City Council. And the Board of Elections said, well, the University of Heights City Council wanted to do it in 2025, and that's why we said no. So, I mean, there's a he said, she said element to this, but it was clear that the University Heights City Council, after talking, they had a face-to-face meeting with the Board of Elections, and after that, they decided not to put it on the ballot.
Right.
So there was.
I think it's an interesting bit of information because it suggests that if city council is presented with a proposal to adopt ranked choice voting, and if the timeline for actually getting into effect is that far off into the future, they may be more inclined to sit on it. But that's their decision.
Well, I mean, I think the state and the national forces are pushing harder for it to be 27 rather than 29. So, we'll see.
And then this handout was provided by the Fairville people to help us explain the single transferable vote when, multi-seats are in play for the city council kind of thing. And the graph indicates that what they do is, as we kind of worked out mathematically last time, when a candidate reaches the threshold, any votes they receive above that, so the transferable vote, it's like it takes the excess votes and it redistributes them to the second choices of the other candidates to see if any of them come up above this. And so instead of cutting from the bottom, they cut from the top to make sure that those votes are used as many times as they can need it, kind of thing.
Well,
So
they cut from the bottom after
I was gonna
they
get
cut,
to that.
oh, sorry.
Okay, so when they finally find that somebody is just not gonna make it, then they take those votes and redistribute them. So that's the last resort. They cut from the bottom and redistribute until they are sure that somebody will never make the minimum, and then they will also take those votes from the bottom and redistribute them.
So there's two elements. They redistribute the excess votes from the top finishers, and then they redistribute all of the votes from the bottom finishers.
That's correct, and they say they don't like eliminating, they don't like to start the elimination from the bottom because they prefer to use the excess. So that's why the math gets a little bit complicated, because you have to take the seeds plus one, et cetera, kind of thing. But nonetheless, they feel that this is the most democratic use of everyone's vote to make sure that it is counted as many times as it can apply, kind of a thing. And I thought the visuals are a lot easier to follow than the math is for me.
So I guess one question is, I suppose that you can argue about whether it's a good idea to do both of those steps. I mean, if somebody has a very strong finish, so they do have excess, I think that presents some different issues than eliminating the bottom finisher and redistributing the votes from the bottom finisher. So do you know if there are varieties of ranked choice voting where you don't do both?
No, you only do the bottom ones if you have to. Once all the surplus votes are exhausted, the idea is you get your candidate selected, but if there still is another seat to be filled and there are no more excess votes, no more surplus votes, then and only then do you eliminate the lowest ranked, the candidate who got the lowest votes.
I understand that's what this model says, but my question is not that. My question is, are there models that do not
No.
do both, that only do
No,
taking from the bottom?
no, they're not.
Actually, I believe there are, but again, they are trying to find the method that they think is the most democratic as far as making sure that every selection on your ballot gets honored as much as possible. I tend to agree. I mean, it seems like, if you get a surplus of vote, you should be able to kind of, I don't know, maybe this is too proprietary, you should be able to hang on to that and bring the other people up from the bottom. But their philosophy is that they want to make sure that those votes are used as, democratically, for use of a better word, as possible. So this is the latest iteration of how they feel a fair vote should happen.
It also seems to me like the idea behind ranked choice voting is that you're not making strategic decisions based on who you don't want to be elected. Like, the idea behind ranked choice voting is that the ballot should be just a pure reflection of your desires for the candidates. And so, like, if they were only taking from the bottom, then you would have to get strategic again about, well, I know this person has a lot of support, so I'm not going to rank them first, and I'll rank them second because I want my vote to count more. Whereas when you're taking from both the bottom and the top, you don't have to make that calculation.
Well, you take them from the top first, and when there are no excess votes
I
to
understand that.
transfer,
Yes, yeah.
then you take them from the bottom. However, the bottom, they determine that the lowest vote getter, in order to, before you transfer those votes, there has to be a determination that the lowest voter could not possibly win.
I understand that.
And I think,
I haven't said that before, so they make a determination not only on terms of the first choice votes that the lowest vote getter got, but also the second choice votes. So they make a determination that there is no way that person wins, so then those ballots, second choice votes transfer then to the
And I think-
But I think
remaining
if
candidates.
if somebody's at the bottom, you see how many votes they got. It's a yes and no. Do they have enough or don't? I mean, I don't know what you have to do beyond that to determine that they can't possibly win. You've already seen what the numbers are. So there's no further analysis needed for that.
Well, theoretically, yeah, well, yes and no. I mean, if they're really close, I think they have to look at,
it's the redistribution from the top. That's what makes it different to me, is like you see that somebody who's like there's way down kind of thing, but we don't know what the second choices are from the excess votes from
Right.
the winner, and until those are factored in, and so they keep factoring those in until they're sure we have a loser.
it's the second choice of every vote,
Yeah.
not the excess votes.
And I think Graham's explanation of the philosophy makes the sense that you're not trying to triple think, well, I have to, do a second choice here and a first choice there, so that it's like all the mixed kind of things.
So
This way.
you have somebody with excess votes. So let's say candidate A has 500 excess votes. Those excess votes are gonna be proportionally distributed among whoever's left, right?
Well,
No,
depending on what the second choice of those votes are, you look at all the
But it's
second
not
choices.
those votes, it's all the votes for the winning candidate. Every vote that was cast for the winning candidate, and you can do this with computers, is re-examined, and all those second choices are then, that's why they end up doing infractions. So you look at every single vote, not just the latest counted 10% or whatever overage is.
And the last sentence of this paragraph in the printout that we have and the answers to the issues raised on April 20th. The first big chunky paragraph.
Are you talking about the one that I did?
Yeah, it explains the fractions, I think, very well.
Oh, you do? Okay. I thought,
Which paragraph is that?
So like this big chunky paragraph, and then right in the bottom third of it, talks about the candidate who only needs 26% of the votes to win, and they receive 35% of the votes, then they have a 9% surplus. And so every one of the ballots that ranked the winning candidate first is scanned for that ballot's second choice, and then each ballot, second choice, receives the remaining portion of the ballot's vote. So that would be 9/35 of each
Right.
vote for each ballot's second choice.
So the
I
only,
find my copy of that page, but you guys go on.
here, please.
I've got it.
So so those fractional ballots are being, votes are being distributed to the second choice candidate of each person who voted for the one who has passed the threshold.
Correct.
But those people who did not rank the person who passed the threshold as their first choice, their second choice or their first choice doesn't get any more fractional ballots.
that's correct.
You're just taking you're just recognizing the fact that the one who passed the threshold got too many. Now let's just award equally all the remaining votes to their second choice. I get it.
Exactly.
I get it. I understand it. I'm not sure. I understand what's happening. I'm not sure I understand whether it's good or bad, but I
Well,
understand.
it basically makes for people who vote for the winners, every part of their vote is used to tabulate. In other words, maybe only 60% of their vote was needed to put their top choice in. So the remaining 40% of their ballot gets used for their second choice. So it is totally, it totally uses the voters' preferences.
Yeah, and
in the
like in
tabulation.
some elections where I say, well, I know so-and-so is gonna win, but I wanna show support for this candidate, so I'm gonna vote for them, even though they won't get it there, just to give them some moral support. This way, I don't have to make that either or choice anymore. I can vote for this person and second choice that person go away. I think what makes it challenging is the math will always be different depending on the number of seats, the number of votes cast, the thresholds, so that, but again, it's all done by algorithm and computers kind of thing, but that's, just it. When
Well,
they explain it to you.
Let's see if Craig wants to say anything. Craig, do you have any comments or questions?
No, I didn't have any comments. Just still trying to wrap my head around the computations and everything else.
Yeah.
But I mean, I do understand it's fairly complicated though.
Yeah, the tabulation is complicated. Using it is easy. So the voters don't have to mess with any of this, but the entities that have to deal with this are the boards of elections, basically.
And again, what we're finding is that inertia rules, and until there's more pressure from municipalities and whatnot adopting ranked choice voting, and the software developers see there's a market for it, now we can invest in this kind of thing. So it's trying to move it forward on as many different fronts as possible.
And the threshold changes based on the number of seats to be filled. So in Cleveland Heights, every 2 years, we're gonna have different thresholds, but the thresholds stay the same for any given one election. But it depends, if 4 candidates are to be elected, the computation is different than 3 candidates, which I've explained in
They
sentence
said,
number 3.
don't get too specific about that, because if you have like an appointee who has to run in a different election, then your charter language will not cover that. So I was saying, well, maybe we should explain 3 one cycle for the next. They said, no, because you might paint yourself into a corner with that language. So they were really very thorough in trying to adjust this to our existing revised charter and saying, as we've heard from everybody else, if you get too detailed, you may end up regretting it.
So let me ask another question. The prior draft had additional changes to the section on filling vacancies. And they seem to have dropped that. But don't we need to address that?
Well, they said that I think they were looking at the changes, and this is what they said verbally to us, that they dropped that because we had made sufficient changes to the vacancy provision. I
Well,
think that's what they said.
In the note Angela sent with her charter text, she said, it looks like we've made the changes we want to make as far as filling vacancies, so she left that alone because she didn't think we wanted to add more to it. Now, if the commission decides we want to incorporate more into that section, I'm sure we could do that, but she felt that she didn't want to be pushing us in a direction that we weren't intending to go.
But Drew, don't you think it's necessary?
Well, I'd have to go back and look at the language.
Well, here it is.
Let me dig it out of my files. Oh, okay, thank you.
And I don't know how you could ignore the point, because otherwise, when you have that next election where you're having the first election after somebody's been appointed, you don't know what to do with that person.
Well, they do, we have a draft ordinance, which,
I'm talking about the charter here.
I know, but, let's see what you're saying.
I mean, I saw the note that she had about why she dropped it, but it didn't make sense to me that you would drop it because it's absolutely necessary.
So now, which section is dropped that you think should be?
This, where it's election of a successor to fill the unexpired term. Now, I think this is an interesting approach because it means that if you had an election where you were going to have 3 people, 3 seats up for 4-year terms, and you have 1 seat up for an unexpired term, the way this was drafted, you would do the voting, and the top 3 finishers get the 4-year term, and the bottom finisher gets the fraction of a term. That's interesting. It's different.
Wasn't that sort of what we agreed upon last time around, sort of like the consolation prize?
We didn't agree on it because the language was still in flux, but I'm just saying I was surprised that it was dropped because I don't know how you could go without it. You have to address the point.
Well, that, I know you said this is charter language, but we have a draft ordinance that isn't ready to be shared yet. But in the draft ordinance, it does talk about unexpired terms.
I don't think you can just do it in an ordinance.
No, not if the group feels that that language should go back in, that's not a problem.
Well, my question is to you, you're presenting the draft.
Yeah.
Do you feel it's needed or are you happy to go without it?
I think since we have to look at that scenario, and since the rest of the charter is, in that section, is dealing with all the other scenarios, if we leave out that scenario, then I think we've left a hole in that language myself.
Yeah, I think it should go back in.
Agreed.
So what's the timing on the ordinance? So you are proposing to also suggest an ordinance?
Well, that's what you,
That was my
Request it.
recommendation. I was a suggestion, Harry. You don't have to do it.
well,
You guys, this is your show.
we will be presenting an ordinance, it's just not ready yet. We
When are you
have one in
thinking that's
draft
gonna be
form.
ready?
I think she said by the end of this coming week, they said.
Well, they thought they had till the end of the month, I guess, and, yeah,
Which is coming up, so.
Right.
The end of the month, today's the 27th.
I know, but the end of the month is the 30th, so they'll have one by the 30th, that's what they told us. The problem is the person who drafted
Well-
this went on vacation,
Yeah,
and so,
yeah. But, you know, the thing about the ordinance is we can include that in the report. It doesn't have to be included in our revised charter text because that's not charter.
but I know that the ordinance, as the draft ordinance does address this vacancy issue, and I think we just have to polish that up before we can.
But I agree with Linda that we need to keep that particular section in the charter because otherwise we've left a hole in the election process that people will say, what happened here, so.
Okay, so you're thinking we should address this. We have a meeting, don't we have a meeting coming up next week?
Yes.
Yeah, we do.
First
On
Wednesday,
Wednesday?
yeah,
So we'll have it for then?
all right, and I don't know if Lee or whoever will be able to create the language, a clean, well, whatever kind of thing, what we agreed today, putting that stuff back in and Angela's rewrite there kind of a stuff. So that we'll have it all together again.
Why are you needing Lee to do that?
Well, I don't know who does that. I don't know who creates these various things that we get.
Oh, well, if you want this dropped into the charter document, Lee can do that.
With the text that was removed that we agreed
Yeah.
should go back in, yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, my understanding is we want to put back that sentence that was dropped but what is your request with respect to the vacancy language? You want that added as well?
That's the one you
Well,
talked about,
I would like to say, it'd be nice to, since it's addressed in the ordinance, I'd like to make sure that whatever is in the ordinance coheres with whatever it is
Well,
the other.
that will be up to the two of us to quote that section, send it to Angela and Ankita and say,
Yeah.
we decided to keep this in the charter. So just so you know, so that the ordinance will not conflict with this. That's our job. Linda, I'm not sure if I answered your question, but it's the sentence you felt should be back in, sorry, Pete.
No, go ahead, please.
Well, Linda was asking me what do we want, and I was trying to say, I think, are we clear on that?
Well, what I understand is that you would like the text for Article 3, Section 4 to go back to what it was in the prior draft. And on this document you gave us for today, you would like the sentence put back that immediately preceded this section shall become effective January 1, 2026.
Could you read that sentence to us, please? What is that?
It just says that the council, by ordinance, can adopt ranked choice voting for any other elective local office or offices. Now, I don't know, the only other elective office we have right now is the judge. And I don't know how much authority the city has over judicial elections. So I'm not sure. I don't think we have anything else that's elected, do we?
I don't think, not that I know, but I'm not an expert on this at all. So including it doesn't hurt anything though, right? including that sentence wouldn't hurt anything. But it
No,
opens up the possibility to counsel if a situation develops where it's needed.
And when we get it finished, the city solicitor will look at this to make sure it's legal, I'm assuming. So that if we've trespassed on the judges, whatever, we'll find out.
Before we leave ranked choice voting, I do have a question which I'd appreciate your response to, and I'll ask it now. In my mind somehow, and I want you to tell me I'm wrong, okay, in my mind, the way I'm reading what we're doing with these surplus votes is that we're saying, well, if you voted for the winning candidate, your vote's actually more important than everybody else's vote because everybody else just got the one credit for the one vote for the person that they voted for. But now you, because you chose the winner, your votes actually count not only for the winner, but for your second choice as well. And I'm not yet comfortable with that idea.
That's not actually
Just tell me
true.
why I'm wrong. I'm looking
Well,
forward.
I can, what they say in the verbiage is that every vote has equal weight. Now, so what, first of all, you get maybe one or two winners the first round, so it's not just necessarily one or two people could threat, and for all, if there's 4 seats to be filled, 4 people could ostensibly
Pass the threshold.
as the special first round, so or 3 or 2 or 1. And so the people who vote after you do the same thing to the second, the overage of every candidate who reached the threshold. In other words, so everybody's votes count in whole for one person or in part for one person, but their entire vote counts. It only reaches 100% of one. You know what I'm saying? It might be split because that candidate is elected and doesn't need that vote anymore. But it's 100% of one vote. Yeah.
To me, another way of looking at it is if I voted for a candidate who didn't cross the threshold the first round, my vote still counts because the person sitting on an extra pile, they're not just going to sit there and gloat. Those extra votes are going to be distributed. So my vote is preserved and honored because the excess votes will come and top that up if it works, kind of thing. So my feeling is if I voted for a candidate who didn't cross the threshold the first time around, my vote is being more respected because they're not saying, well, tough luck, you didn't make it, kind of thing. It's held and reinforced, if that helps.
No, I think I can begin to see that if we go through this round, then someone else gets past the threshold. So now we're going to apply the same process to those who remain, and the idea being that if you voted for somebody that wasn't considered the most popular, whatever, that they actually will benefit from the fact that if that candidate was considered the second choice on those ballots for the person who voted for someone who passed the threshold, they will then benefit from that because they're going to get a portion of those votes allocated to them because the people who voted for the winner, quote unquote, will actually vote count for your candidate as well because they liked your candidate too.
Absolutely.
So I begin to see,
Yes.
I begin to get a little more comfortable with it.
It tries to honor every vote to keep it intact as long as possible. That's why they only eliminate from the bottom when they absolutely have to, because they don't want to ever say any one candidate, the people who voted for that candidate, your votes are going to be tossed.
Okay. And if the only thing I would change there is that it seems to me that they are respecting each voter, not each vote, because each voter's
Yes.
preferences are permeating the entire process instead of just being, oh, well, this guy won, he was your first choice, we don't give you any more attention. You're gone. So I see that.
Yeah.
So and again, I'm getting more and more comfortable with the idea.
And thanks for the language, because, I was struggling with, are they slicing my vote up into little purported kind of things? So, but treating it as the voter rather than the vote makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I think so. To me, that's what we argue.
Roland, did you have any comments?
Not comments, but questions.
Mhm.
Suppose we put all this in the charter review. Who then takes this up and implements it, if it gets implemented? Because this
City
is very
Council.
complicated. Is the Board
City
of Elections going to,
Well, city council has to first of all, agree that they want to put it on the ballot.
Okay,
And if the voters vote for it, then the Board of Elections will need to address it. Now, what we're hearing is that they may not be able to do that right away because there are rules being developed that address it. And then the software has to be developed, so it may take a couple years for it to happen. So, I think the question of what year you want to put in as a proposed effective date is another matter, but I think that if you want to propose a year that is as soon as 2026, you have to explain to council that that's not likely to happen. I mean, I don't think it's fair to give them a year that we know is not realistic.
Right.
It sounds like best case scenario, maybe more like 2027, but I don't really know. But I'm just suggesting that we have to give them some explanation behind any year that we propose.
That's why Angela said that date is just a placeholder. It's really our call depending on how we read the situation.
and is the Charter Commission responsible for answering subsequent questions when the council comes back and says, we don't understand X? Or is that our job just to put it on the table and then leave?
Well, I would say that our job is to present to them our recommendations, and we will have some kind of a meeting with them to present the recommendations. I don't know how long we will have in that meeting, if it's a regular city council meeting. I don't know that they're gonna devote the entire meeting to it. Maybe they'll have a special meeting. I don't know. We'll have to ask them about that, but it's entirely possible, I guess, that if they had questions about ranked choice voting, they might wanna have a second meeting after they have a chance to look at the materials we give them and kind of think about it a little bit longer. But I think if they ask for our insights, we could certainly share them. But it's, they're the ones who are gonna make the decision whether they want to put it on the ballot or not.
Okay.
And I think since it's gonna be at a public meeting, if it is being considered by the council, the ranked choice voting people will probably turn up to make public comment and suggest that they are available to answer questions. So all the resources of this movement will be focused on Cleveland Heights if and when the council is considering it. So we'll have reinforcement.
That's good to know.
And just anecdotally, I observed that in the interaction between the national people who are the super experts and Kyle Herman, they have great, and so do the local, the Grass Tops folks have great respect for Kyle. So he really is well respected, I think, nationally as somebody who knows what, all the permutations of it, which of course are complicated. So Kyle, I think, would be a good, a very good resource.
So Linda, did that clear up all the language stuff?
Well, I think, just to recap, what you want Lee to do with the language is to take today's draft, put back the sentence that was deleted from section 8, put back the text that was in 3.4. And I think that's all the changes you're proposing, right?
Well, I think that's what the group felt is the way forward. I'm not saying just unilaterally, I'm saying I believe the group agreed that those parts should go back in.
Well, we haven't voted on it, but that's what I heard people saying, and then you're gonna be presenting an ordinance. And I'm thinking that if they're gonna have the ordinance for you by the 30th, we do have a meeting on May 1st, that it may be that we would want to defer consideration of the whole package until the meeting on May 4th so that people have a chance to look at it. Because if they're gonna give it to you on the 30th, it's kind of a lot to just give it to everybody on the 30th that's ever gonna vote on the 1st.
Well,
But that's up to you if you wanna do it
they
on the
may
1st.
have given
You
to
can.
us, the 30th is Tuesday, is that right?
Well, if we get it 2 days in advance, that may be enough time. If we can get it out to the commission by
Yeah.
Monday, we could get it on the agenda for Wednesday, but if not, I agree. It's gonna take some reading and again, some mental, getting the philosophy behind the numbers to make sense.
All right, so if you have it by Monday, we'll vote Wednesday, and otherwise we'll do it Saturday. Okay?
And also on the 2-pager that I prepared, I did go through every single sentence on the the proposed language to kind of explain it, so that's just a FYI. And just one question that was asked is that does the threshold change with each round, and it does not. Threshold, in any given election, the threshold remains the same for every round. It could change for the next election if there's fewer or more seats to be filled.
Can I beg a moment to just look ahead and say when are we supposed to have, we have a meeting on the 1st?
Yes.
I got that's a Wednesday. And the following meeting is when?
The 4th?
There's a meeting on the 4th?
Saturday.
Yeah. It's 10 to 3 again?
No, it's 2 to 4.
Ooh,
Oh,
whoa.
that's different. I
2
did
to
not-
4 on the.
Well, that's what was proposed in the doodle.
Right, okay.
So will we, depending on where we're at in the process, will we need to extend
it's
those
2 to
hours?
4. Okay.
At past 4? Well, if we want to, we can. I mean, it's
Want to
okay
start
with me.
earlier?
I don't have a life besides this, so.
Well, there
I
is,
can't start earlier that day,
Oh,
but I
okay,
could stay
right.
later.
Okay,
Okay.
all right.
And the meeting after that is,
The 8th. Then on the 11th, we have a 10 to 3.
I guess Graham will send around more invitations now.
I will alter that.
Yeah.
5-8 would be 6 to 8, is that it? 6 to 8, and then 5-11 is
10 to 3.
10 to 3. Graham, could you help us, please? Because I don't have those, and I didn't have them, so I appreciate it.
Yeah, those, the 1st, the 8th, and the 11th, I have already sent out accurate invitations for. You don't have them?
I can add them, you don't have to resend them.
I think I sent them to your CRC email, which might be why you didn't get them.
No, I got it. It's good. I know it. As long as I know it's good.
Yeah, well, it's
We're good.
important that everybody have them, so we'll just be sure you get them all in your calendars.
Yes,
so
but
the 4th
Within the minutes,
I will adjust that meeting on the 4th to be from 10 to 4.
2 to 4.
2 to 4,
2 to
thank
4.
you.
Yeah, and I could stay later, but I can't come earlier
Right.
that day.
so
Okay. Thank you for that moment. I appreciate it.
Sure. Okay.
And thank you, Gru and Harriet, for the work you've done on this, because it's all good and it's all helping me understand and go forward. Thank you.
We're all struggling with.
But yeah, so can I just say one word? I don't know, but I really like Frank's choice of wording, and after this day job finishes, I might actually get involved. I don't know. Okay. But I myself would hesitate, I would de-emphasize it's complicated, it's complex, it's all these things. Because really it's not, because when you really see it, when you get a chance to look at it, it's really like water flowing into different, it's not complicated. So the more we say it, a supporter says it was complicated, it's complex, the less it's gonna be.
only the counting is complex.
What's that?
Only the counting, only the tabulation is complex. It's really easy to
Well,
use.
so is calculus, you know.
No, I understand, but I'm just saying, I would disassociate the words complex and complicated from it in all my discussions and all my talking about it, because all you're doing is reinforcing a negativity there.
Yeah.
So just skip it, because it really isn't, humans are not,
And I think that the best thing you could do is give people some examples and walk them through the
Yeah.
examples.
That's why I wanted the visuals, and I agree with, sorry about the term, the user interface is really simple.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
And we don't need to go much beyond that.
Yeah.
Pay no attention to the calculators behind the curtain, kind of a thing.
Yeah, so one of my friends says that I have male pattern blindness, which means if I open a closet and it doesn't fall out of my hands, it's not there, I can't find it. Which is true, so this is where I'm at.
So Linda, did you feel we needed a motion on that, or just that's the intention to go forward?
Well, I thought you wanted to vote on everything where you have all the pieces parts, no?
Yeah.
Sure.
We can vote today if you want to on
No,
what we have so far, but
Just-
I think it'll be easier if people have a full copy in front of them with the
Yeah.
ordinance.
No,
Yeah.
But again, if you need a motion to repackage it for the next meeting, as
No,
you've
no.
described,
I think we can just
You
go
don't-
with that, unless anybody has any further discussion about that? Okay.
Thanks for that suggestion. You're absolutely right. And that, I always say that, but you don't even need to talk to the public about how you count it.
And I would
Just
just,
they wanna know, then you,
I would just reinforce that with all the people you're working with too. Drop the words, because they don't help. They don't.
yeah, statistically, it's really proven to be very, voters like it. They like it and they think it's simple, so.
All right, should we go back to 6C, which is wrapping up the salary piece, just to find out, Roland, if you got any input from Judith Miles?
I sent her a note, she hasn't responded, but Now, if I were in her shoes, I'd probably not respond either. Is there a way we can get to her directly to say, we just wanna know, what the Civil Service Commission is about?
Why would you think she wouldn't respond?
Well, sort of off the chance, I don't know. I sent her a complete note, which I CC'd.
Yeah,
I thought it was complete, but
Who is she again?
she's the chair of the Civil Service Commission.
In Cleveland Heights.
Well, let me suggest this, why don't you ask Lee if he could give her a call
yeah,
and ask her to please respond?
yeah, I think that's probably a better way to go. If she doesn't know me, Adam, and
Yeah. Okay, so the next point is 6E, which is, so Guy, this is your finance and budgeting
Yes,
with the format.
yes.
So would you like to talk about that next?
I can tell you what I went and grabbed this portion of the file, which is called cleanup, I think, at the end in parentheses of cleanup, because I thought that's the latest version.
Right,
And then I reflected, then I did the following, which I'll explain what I did, which I think if you all accept it, then that we just have to take that and replace what's in that file now with this, et cetera. So Lee offered several comments, really good comments. I really appreciate it, Lee, if you ever listen to this tape. In terms of the wording, so for example, instead of under 9.2, it said instead of to comply with related laws and regulations, he said in compliance with the general laws of Ohio. Good, I'll go with it. So I just replaced them and things on dates and things like that. Okay. So I incorporated all the things that from Lee because they made sense to me. All right. Except there's a couple things that I did not, and there's a couple things I'd like to add as well. So one thing was very simple, it's just timing. If we look at the document that was printed off and given to us this morning. So 9.2 paragraph 1 talks to when the mayor is supposed to provide council with an estimated annual tax budget. And that is by the first meeting in June. He had suggested, well, at the end of June, but no, they want it in the first meeting in June. So I just left it at that. Okay, so that's, I did not make that change. There is one correction to the heading. Headings are really important, I think. So compliance, 9.2 heading. Compliance with laws and provisions of information to council regarding, he had inserted regarding the annual tax budget. Well, some of this relates to the tax budget, which is due June 15. Some of it relates to the full budget, which is November 15. So the heading's in error that heading's a bad error. I mean, it's a bad heading. So I revised it saying regarding the budget, just simply the budget, instead of annual tax budget. Because that is what it is. That's what I did. So that's another cut. And, and if you don't like something I did, tell me.
so let me ask you a question.
Go ahead.
Is it, because 9.3 is entitled preparation of full city budget, I'm wondering if there'll be confusion if 9.2 is saying regarding the budget. I understand that 9.2 is sort of the initial step and that it includes the annual tax budget.
May I interrupt?
Sure,
I'd be happy just to leave it at compliance with laws and provision of information to council, period. I don't see any reason I don't need to add anything, but if he wants to add something, at least it should be properly descriptive. Because this relates to compliance with the laws.
I know, but I guess I can see why he suggested that you refer to the annual tax budget here, because in 9.3 you refer to the full city budget.
But I'm not talking about compliance, and I'm not talking about information availability. And that's what 9.2 is about.
Oh, okay. Okay, got it.
If that makes sense.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, So then, I'm also, I'm concerned about the heading of 9.3 because if we look at 9.3 section E, subsection E, all right, that has to do with what happens after the budget has been finalized between the mayor and the council.
Mhm.
And it is not preparing the budget. The budget has been prepared by the time we get to 9.3 subsection E. And instead, that has to do with, I would say it has to do with adopting the budget. Before they adopt the budget, they have to make sure that the public has the opportunity to understand yada, yada, yada.
Mhm.
Okay, so I would like to change the heading of 9.3 to preparation and adoption of full city budget.
Okay,
That makes sense?
Graham, are you taking notes on drafting or?
Yeah, I can.
Well,
I thought that you said you were going to.
Oh, sure. In the document, yeah.
well,
Just means that Greg will be looking at me.
Can I make a suggestion offer, okay? At least in this particular section, I'll revise this once again.
Okay.
Based on our conversation here and make sure it's available to Lee, who will then action it. Is that acceptable?
Yeah, totally.
Okay, so then, let's see. Lee did not like me including the expense of conducting each department and activity of the city. He just wanted it to be expenses. And I'm more comfortable with conducting each department and activity of the city because,
Where is this now?
on the second page, I'm
C,
sorry, second
Romanet
page,
one.
C. Yeah, C, on the second page. So I'm more comfortable leaving it as it is because if I'm gonna be a nasty person, I can give an itemized budget that doesn't have any categories associated with it. And I fulfilled the requirement here, but it's not categorized by department, it's not categorized by activity and all the rest of it. And I'm not hoping for it, I'm not wishing for it, I'm not expecting. But if somebody wanted to be really, if somebody was in government, didn't wanna do a real good job and wanted to get away with things, they could make things difficult,
Or they don't know exactly what you mean by itemized, and this tells them exactly what you have in mind.
if you will. I mean, if you
Yeah.
will, I like it the way it is, so,
Yeah.
thanks. Okay. And then Lee wanted to remove the word recognized in C4. He wanted to remove the Roman numeral 4. A statement of the city's debt rating assessed by a recognized municipal debt rating agency. He wanted to remove recognized. And I like recognized, and I looked it up, and in the dictionary it says, it's generally accepted that that person has a particular position or quality. So I just want it to be recognized. There's publicly recognized, those people know what they're talking about when they're ranking people, cities in terms of their credit worthiness. And not
Can I ask
just,
a question about that?
yeah, go ahead.
So do you think, this isn't my world, but in the world of like bond lawyers, would recognized municipal debt rating agency have a meaning to them? Like if you ask somebody who's a bond lawyer, what are the recognized municipal debt rating agencies, they would rattle off 3 or 4 and say, these are the ones we usually look at.
Used to be Moody's, but they collapsed.
Well,
Yeah.
but that's what I mean, like would people say it's Moody's or it's this or it's that? I think they probably would.
I think they would, okay, I think they
Yeah, I'm
would.
just asking the question.
Yeah, because I wouldn't want, again, not to hope for any of it, but if somebody really wanted to do a bad job, they found someone somewhere who said, oh, Cleveland Heights is in great shape, even though the balance sheet's in a terrible shape, and they could use that, but nobody knows who they are. I just want, it's a small issue.
Why do you suppose he wanted to delete it?
I don't know, he's got lots of really good ideas, so maybe he thinks it's a good idea. I just don't think it's a good idea. Yeah. So, if it's okay, I'd like to leave it in. Okay, then at the last sentence of that section C, he asks whether or not, isn't this duplicative because we've mentioned November 15 in section B, but section B relates to revenue and section C relates to expenses. So I'd like to leave it in because what's said in section B is not going to apply to the timing in section C.
Where was that again?
At the last line of section C on page 2.
Okay.
Last line. The mayor must provide the council the itemized estimate by November 15 of each fiscal year. And it corresponds directly with section B, but B relates to revenues and C relates to expenses
Okay.
or appropriation.
Okay.
Okay. In 9.4, I've changed I've changed the spacing a little bit, I've changed the heading as well. What Lee did was he just took that last sentence as well, council will take action, shall take actions as necessary to achieve the purposes of the budget, and just incorporated it without it being a paragraph, and there was, without being a paragraph. So for me, what this represents is corresponding to our effort to make sure that we've written something in the charter that says, if the council has asked the mayor to do something, then council needs to do it, which I think we've got in there between balance of powers. So for me, this corresponds to it in the sense that if council and the mayor have agreed on a budget, which includes money and perhaps some other things that relate to making the budget real and effective, then council is expected to do those things. But it doesn't have to do with money. Therefore, it doesn't come under appropriation. So that's my thinking. I might be wrong, but that's my thinking.
I think, I like the concept. I'm wondering if we can just make a slight change in the wording to say council also shall take, instead of using as well, because
Sure.
as well seems a little. Okay,
Also, we'll make it also, and I also, in the heading 9.4 appropriation and additional ordinances, I could have said other ordinances. I just like the idea of additional because it makes it more distinct.
okay.
Okay, and then I believe those are the things I was involved in. Lee also has brought up a couple issues which I believe we all wanna look at, which is on section 10.2.
Let's hold
Oh, I'm
those.
sorry.
Let's hold those because that's part of what Greg is gonna report on.
Okay,
That's,
well, okay,
that's his ethics and training stuff.
well, okay, but just a minute, there are a couple other things too. Oath of office, let's just make sure there's anything else that we should give attention that Greg's not gonna give attention.
Well, I think all of these things will come up when we look at the cleanup draft.
You don't wanna look any further at this, that's fine.
Yeah.
So those are the things I have that I took from Lee, incorporated into it, and that's my explanation of why I did those things. Any discussion?
I think it all makes sense. I appreciate all the work you put into this. Appreciate your expertise.
Thank you.
I really like the way that you've formatted it into the charter language.
Well, Lee did the formatting.
Oh, okay.
He put it in there, yeah, and I just went back. Lee did a very good job. He just changed some of my wording, and I didn't like that. So I put it back.
Gotcha.
Okay,
Okay.
all right, so again, we have general consent that I'll just make these changes, put them in the
Right,
file and send it
so-
off to Lee.
Now, are you guys comfortable then approving this, or do you wanna see it in another draft after these edits are done?
That would be sections 9.1, 9.2.
9.3 and 9.4.
9.3, 9.4.
Say go, let's approve.
Motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any further discussion?
I'll abstain in this one because I'd rather see them,
Well, we can wait till they're all written out if you want.
well, yeah, I
We can
prefer that.
We can wait.
We've got the.
You wanna withdraw your motion?
I'll show my motion.
So we're gonna vote when we get a clean draft.
Yeah. It has made such a huge difference to get this in charter format. I'm much more comfortable with it.
Good.
Now it looks like charter language. Before it looked like, kind of flying buttresses. See, this is great.
So we work as a team.
It's an interesting metaphor, flying buttresses.
Okay, fabulous. Moving right along. So the next item here is the land acknowledgement draft, which I think we have here somewhere.
Yes. Yeah, so I'd like to speak a little bit about this. Where did it go? Maybe
This one.
thank you. Well, just to address a little bit about what changes I made and just some thoughts about some of the discussion that was arising last week. So I tried to make edits to the language to fix the some of the concerns about the tone. You know, I do understand it was kind of an aggressive statement in its last iteration. So here I've reframed it a little bit to begin with expressing our gratitude, which I feel like makes things just feel a little better. I think that this is so then I've also just incorporated some of the changes, like there was concern about language of like dismantling, commitment to dismantling, right? So I've changed that to rather softer language, rather saying that we are signifying our desire to engage, instead of making a commitment to dismantle, right? Which I think, and then, this engagement is beginning with the recognition of past, present, and future contributions of the Indigenous members of our community. And I think that kind of framing as a beginning of this work leaves it open to council or any function of the city to continue that engagement. It's not that we are committing council to doing that, but it is, a suggestion of the continuation of this work. To address some of the kind of specific concerns that were brought up last week, there was some talk about, we have as a society done injustices to many different groups over the years, right? And, injustices that are terrible and also deserve recognition. I think that the reason that this land acknowledgement is different is one, that there is precedent. So in municipal governments across the country, as well as major institutions within Northeast Ohio, like the ones that I've referenced in this regional samples and city government samples, have all done the work of creating these acknowledgements specifically for the displacement of Indigenous people and the seizing of the land. While I think it is important to address injustices committed against other marginalized groups, there's less precedent, both locally and nationally, to do that in this kind of format of land acknowledgement. Roland, you may have noticed that I've left in the term settler colonialism. I know that you took some exception to that, based on your experiences on the board of the Playhouse, which I think makes sense, having that experience, that you would feel that way. For me, I couldn't take that out because, in talking with Sundance and Cynthia about this, they were, emphasized that this part of what a land acknowledgement needs to be is a reckoning, and it needs to be honest and specific. And so I think that using the term settler colonialism is all of those things, and that it may ruffle some feathers, but that is part of the work of a land acknowledgement, is to just engage very honestly, very specifically in these things, and to encourage our city to reckon with that history. I think that, so I haven't written up, I know there was some discussion about including what would accompany this in the report. So I haven't written that up explicitly yet, except for just that last paragraph, the very end, why I do a land acknowledgement, is something that I feel like could be included, something like that could be included in the report, but I don't have the specific language for that ready.
Where is that?
At the very end of this document, the last 3 paragraphs on page 6.
Last page, right.
Is just like a little bit of kind of some of the explanation of the philosophy behind it, which we'd probably expand on for the report, and just maybe talk about some of the discussions that we're having, stuff like that. So, I guess, what do people think about these changes that I made? Do we feel that that the issues of tone and commitment have been addressed? Do people see salient issues?
Well, I appreciate the redraft, and I appreciate your modification of the tone and the commitment language. I think that's all very helpful for some of the concerns that I have. I guess I was a little I'm a little taken aback by your argument about precedents, because there are not that many precedents, seriously. I mean, you know, there are not that many precedents for land acknowledgements, so you can't really claim that there are a whole lot of precedents for land acknowledgement and there aren't a whole lot of precedents for systemic inequities that have happened with other groups. And I guess that, you know, I've thought about this a lot since our last meeting and tried to put my finger on what it was about this as a charter item that really concerned me. And I thought about what the city does in other contexts on a regular basis to recognize groups. And we all know that the city does honor Black History Month, Women's History Month, Pride Month. You know, they do all these activities that are designed to accomplish pretty much the same thing as this, to recognize contributions of different elements of our society. And it's an effort to try to overcome how those groups may have been treated in the past. And I have a hard time understanding why it wouldn't be not only appropriate, but even better to encourage the city to do something like that, that would be, you know, sort of ensconced as an annual recognition and celebration, rather than put something in the charter. Because I could envision other groups saying, well, why is there only one thing mentioned in the charter? I don't know how the rest of you feel about that, but I think we have to be mindful of, you know, trying to recognize things in, not that everything has to be the same, but I think it sort of is, in a lot of ways, a much more visible recognition and honoring of the traditions of the Indigenous people if we have an annual recognition of that. But I don't know what everybody else thinks, but those are my thoughts.
Just to directly respond to those, you know, I feel that I disagree about the precedent. You know, I think that there's really extensive precedent for this, both in municipal governments and in our local institutions.
In the charter commission report?
Well, in the charter, maybe less so, right? So that's fair. But so my thought process of why I think it belongs in the charter is, you know, that this is the foundational government, the foundational document of our city government, and you know, the land in which our city is incorporated is really intrinsic, like foundational to our city. And in a way, this is kind of the original sin of, you know, of our city, all right? And that, I think, deserves a place in the foundational document. I don't think that like comparing oppressions or things like that, I don't think is useful at all. You know, saying like if something was worse or otherwise like that. But I still like, the reason that I feel like the land acknowledgement belongs here is because it is foundational to our city and because of the precedent of other institutions engaging with this. You know, and I mean, there's absolutely precedent, you know, looking at these institutions like the Cleveland Museum of Art, the Case Western, the City Club, the Cleveland Foundation, right? They do have these visible acknowledgements, you know, and in some cases that's read at the beginning of every meeting. At the City Club, it's on the slides that they continually move through, right? In ways that acknowledgements of other injustices are not. I think that what you're saying about the month is a great idea. And that would be a really excellent way for council to continue the work of engaging with those legacies, right? But, and I would encourage council to do so. I think this is just a beginning point for that kind of work to continue.
I'd like to say I think this is beautifully written and very moving, actually. You know, it moves from gratitude to, you know, the sense of past, present, and future inhabitants of Cleveland Heights and all of that kind of thing. And to me, this fits at the end of the preamble perfectly, because the preamble is talking about here's our city, you know, and we're, you know, claiming we've got new language about principles of justice, liberty, and equality kind of thing. And to include this just makes it a more complete statement, saying we do this fully cognizant of how we got to be here, kind of thing. So I think it's just practically perfect going in there. And coming from Western Massachusetts, Massachusetts apparently is a hotbed of land acknowledgements, because you can't you can't not run into one at just about every public function, Jacob's Pillow and Masmoka and every place kind of thing in the cities. And the state is looking at revising the state seal to remove an offensive image of an indigenous person kind of thing. So there's the precedents I mean, there's a tsunami building as far as this goes. So, and once again, I hear so much about what a progressive community Cleveland Heights is. I'd like to see Cleveland Heights live up to that image kind of thing by doing something like this.
Linda, it sounds to me like you wanna not have a land acknowledgement in here at all, is that
I don't
correct?
think it belongs in the charter.
Yeah.
I really don't. I think we should recommend strongly that the city recognize these sentiments and memorialize them in an annual way, just as we do Black History Month, Women's History Month, Pride Month. But I don't think it belongs in the charter. I really don't. That's just my feeling. And I think for nonprofit organizations to adopt land acknowledgements, they can make their own decisions on that. I think for cities to do it is a little different. And I just don't think it belongs in the charter. And the city could choose to do it in another way if they want to, but I don't think it needs to be in the charter, because I think it's inconsistent with concerns that many people in the community have about a lot of other groups that have been treated unfairly and systematically treated unfairly. And I think it just automatically draws comparison to why we single out this and we're not giving the same treatment in the charter to these other groups who have also been harmed. That's my view.
Well, I think that both because it's foundational, it's the origin of our city is the land that we sit on, and also because it is a geographic, I mean, it is, you know, the city has a history of discriminating against any number of groups over the years, but it doesn't have a history of taking the land that another group had and making it our city. So, you know, I think it is really categorically different from all the other injustices that exist in the ozone, or it exists in the context in which this is the original, you know, this is the land itself that we sit on. So that it's just different from, you know, other oppressions. I think we might want to say, you know, I mean, I don't know what we do say already in the print, that we're standing for a just, you know, equitable, whatever. I mean, there's language already in the preamble that covers practically, you know, that covers everything else, but there's nothing that touches the actual boundaries of our city. And I think it was very, I mean, I think the Greenville Treaty is interesting because it doesn't apply to the west side of Cleveland. So it applies, you know, it's a very specific thing that happened here, that lands were taken from people, and that's different from other oppressions that happened since.
I'm curious, how is that different from, was Ohio a free state?
Yes, during the Civil War.
Yeah.
So Black labor was compensated for in their use in Ohio and Cleveland.
We had no slavery. As far as I know,
Yeah.
we didn't have slavery in Ohio.
We didn't have slavery.
We did not have slavery in Ohio.
No, it was Kentucky was the line.
But there were plenty of systemic inequities.
For sure. And I mean, redlining was rampant in Cleveland Heights for many years, right? Which
We still live with the effects.
we do, right? I mean, so it's like, I don't think that putting a land acknowledgement in to acknowledge one injustice is doing an injustice to another group of people, all right? Like, you know, I don't think that the acknowledgement of this, you know, foundational displacement is in any way reducing the impact that any other person has had.
Yeah, we don't want the perfect to be the enemy of the good, and I mean, in the discussions about reparations, some people are saying, well, what about the indigenous peoples? What about reparations for them? So it's like the same issue always comes up. When you try and focus on one problem to deal with it, there are plenty of other problems, and you're not saying those problems don't count. You're saying, like, right now, we want to, examine what we can do about this kind of thing. And so a land acknowledgement does not negate any other social injustices. I really feel that. But it as and I get the term and I kind of cringe, but it's like, the genocide was part of the forming of the colonies was the original sin here. That led to slavery because we decimated after we tried to enslave them, we decimated them, and then we had to import slaves kind of thing. So it was kind of a cascade of oppression.
I don't think that the genocide of the Indians led to importing slaves. I don't think that's historically accurate. They're two separate injustices.
Anyhow, what I'm saying is that the one does not negate the other.
But I think we're elevating one above the others. And I think that's gonna be a problem politically for the city council. And I think it opens a whole can of worms that we don't need in this city. But that's just my opinion.
So I would like to say something. I think the situation in Israel is illustrative. When you take, the settlers who in Israel who go onto Palestinian lands and bulldoze houses. I'm talking more about the West Bank now than Gaza. That act of that land seizure of people who had, the Palestinians owned the land, they had title to the land, and the settlers move in and and if necessary, and then harass people and sometimes bulldoze houses and literally take the land that is owned by somebody else. So you can see that process that started in 1948 and continues to this day has made a problem, is the basis and the foundation of the problem of the problems that in the case of Israel, which is a small territory and a more disputed land, but nevertheless, that problem has proven to be intractable in solving, in moving toward a two-state solution and in addressing those problems. So that basic land seizure it's kind of like racism in the United States. It's a stain, and it can't be addressed until it's it can't be solved until it's acknowledged. So I think it's illustrative because it's actual territory.
I feel that the like I said a little bit ago, the idea of comparing oppressions is really unproductive, especially when what I think is more useful is to look at what are the systemic causes of oppression and how do those intersect, right? So looking at the relation between slavery and the genocide of the indigenous populations in the United States, the common thread is white supremacy, and the which is carried out to this day, right, through our institutions. So they are intrinsically related. Not necessarily the one follows from the other historically, Linda. I don't know. Arguments can be made, but they're created from the same foundational position. Greg?
He's still here.
He's got his hand raised.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I was going to let you finish, Graham. I tend to agree with Linda. I agree with the language 100%. I just don't necessarily believe this is something that belongs in the charter. Even looking at some of the examples Graham submitted, those were from a commission in New York City, and it sounds like a Denver City Council proclamation. So I agree with the language. I agree with the concept. I agree with everything. I just don't think it belongs in the charter.
Yeah, so I think that regardless of, I think that it belongs in the charter. I think that because of its foundational nature. However, I also understand that I'm not going to hold anybody here. I understand that folks, if they vote against this, are voting against it based on the question of whether it belongs in the charter, not whether they agree with the language.
Yeah.
Right. So I just want to make that clear. And also, if this gets voted down, I think we should vote it up. But if it gets voted down, I think it could be helpful for council themselves to go through this process of drafting the land acknowledgement. I would hope that they would use this as a guide.
Can I just say something? I just want to say how much I admire you. I really do. And thank you for putting this on the agenda. I will probably not support it being in the charter, but I want you to know that I really hold you in high regard for this.
Thank you.
Anybody have any further comments?
He hasn't spoken, so wondering where you're at with that.
Guess what, Guy, you're the swing vote. No pressure.
Well, all right, so let me just be frank with you, okay? This discussion has informed me in a way that our previous discussions have not. This discussion has also made clear that the real issue, I think, for anybody, including me, is does it belong in the charter or does it not belong in the charter? What are the implications of putting it in the charter? What are the implications vis-a-vis other groups that could come have legitimate claims to say, wait, how come we're not being recognized, et cetera, okay? And so where I'm at is that I would like to vote on this not today, but give me and others, if they're interested, a few more days to actually, I would like to do a little more research in terms of the presence of this kind of acknowledgement in foundational documents of our cities and states, if I can find it, okay? And then I would be able to come forward and be able to vote in an informed manner about whether or not I believe it belongs in the charter or not. So my request would be that we not vote on it today, but instead vote on it. We have some meetings coming up.
Oh my
And we do.
goodness.
Where we could vote on it, but that's my response. That's my thinking at this point.
Well, since Guy was willing to delay the vote on the budget text to the next time, I support his willingness to delay this as well, Kathy, and I appreciate that because it is the new language and this discussion really has given us a lot, I think, to think about and do some research on.
Yeah, I appreciate your comment too, in the sense that it would really be nice to know, what cities and other places, I mean, certainly in the West, starting, the Colorado and states west plus north and south, I mean, they have, I think they're further along than we are because the issue has been more, present and more in their face. And it'd be really interesting to know, like, for instance, how many cities, say, I'm thinking Colorado or, New Mexico have done this kind of thing because, the indigenous populations of, say, New Mexico are much greater than,
I think they have much more presence in the community as well than they do in
Right.
Ohio.
For sure. There's some definitely that I didn't include in the Pacific Northwest. Some cities have passed these resolutions or ordinances. I am not certain about presence in charters. So that is, in my mind, an open question. I'll see if I can look into that.
And I did look up Abenaki, and it's spelled Abenaki or Abenaki. It's
I was gonna ask about the spellings.
Yeah.
So, cause
It can go either way.
it can go either way.
I mean, I have no problem with encouraging the city to adopt a resolution and to, as I said, have recurring recognition of these issues, but I just don't think it belongs in the charter.
Well, it can certainly go in our report, whichever way the group votes on it. I think
So-
that the section in our report about this and the discussion would make a lot of sense.
I have a question to you, Graham. I looked at what I think of as Abenaki, but also Mohican. Is that what we used to think of as the Mohegans, that like on television,
Well,
the
yeah.
last of the Mohegans?
That was explicit. So the spelling and the inclusion of these specific Native groups comes from Sundance of the
Yeah.
Cleveland American Indian movement.
Yeah,
And yes, he was very explicit that it is Mohican rather than Mohican.
Yes, well, I assumed that, I just was checking, but that's the same tribe, just spelled properly.
I don't know.
Oh,
Okay, so we're gonna put this on the agenda for our next meeting?
Yes, please.
Sounds good,
Okay, thanks to everybody for a good discussion.
for sure.
I'm gonna use the small room if nobody minds.
Can we take a 5-minute break?
Yeah, we could take a break.
Let's take a 5-minute break. Greg, we're taking a 5-minute break.
Is Greg with us?
He might be on his way here, I don't know. Wasn't he going to try and join us for half the meeting?
He was, that was his plan. Is he still on the screen though?
I mean, he's here,
Yeah.
he's just off,
Okay.
this camera's off, so maybe he's using the restroom.
Okay, so let's move on to G, which is the plans for our second public input meeting. So we have a few things here. Guy, thank you for preparing the flyer.
Oh,
It's very nice of you to do that. We don't have a printout of it, I don't think, but
I can show you. Go ahead.
you sent it around and I did look at it. I thought it looked very nice. I liked the way you did the colors and the, it's kind of reminiscent of our other one, but it's different. And I liked the amount of detail on it, just to whet people's appetites for what we're gonna talk about. So, would anybody else have any questions or comments on the flyer?
can I see the symbols you use for border?
Well, I just do diamonds.
Nice.
First I had smiley faces, but then I turned them into diamonds. So unless there's any comments on it, I'll ask Lee to make up some copies and then Harriet, if you wanna help, we can talk about distributing.
Yeah, I would like to.
Okay, thank you very much for doing that.
You're welcome.
And then your voicemail message is really very similar. So I didn't have any questions with that
Okay.
either. Did anybody else have anything on that?
Okay, thank you. Great, we'll move forward.
Okay, terrific. Moving along, so I circulated also slides, and I'm sorry we don't have them printed out. I think Lee forgot to print those. Did anybody have any comments on the slides that I sent? I sent those on Monday.
Oh, and the slides were what?
PowerPoint slides for the meeting on May 21st, which you requested at the last meeting. No comments?
I didn't see them, so I don't know.
Verify.
You like them, Roland?
I did.
Thank you, Roland.
I'm gonna.
Okay, did you all have a chance to look at them? We could put them on the agenda for next time if you haven't had a chance to look at them. I don't mean to.
Could we?
I have not.
I looked at them, they look fine, and again, we were the ones pushing you to get us those slides kind of a thing, so appreciate it.
Okay, so why don't you, we'll put them back on the agenda. They were sent out Monday. The 22nd at 10:39 a.m. from me. But the basic point of them is to give an overview, just very brief presentation about the history of the charter and what we've done, what our process is, what information is available for people, and then a very high-level summary of the major changes, basically hitting on items that are in our buckets, but very high level. And then the plan is that will take about a half hour, and then the rest of the time will be left for Q&A. Not really Q&A, but to have comments and input from the members of the public.
There's a lot of them, but I guess my only question would be how long it would take to go through them.
Well, I'll do a run through, and maybe we'll have to make them more concise. But I'll do a run through. That's a good suggestion. I'll do a run through this week and see if it's too long.
Looks good though.
What exactly are you saying looks good?
The slides.
Oh, the slides, okay.
Okay,
And Linda, Kevin will
But we're
not
gonna
be
be talking about these.
facilitating,
Yeah,
she's gonna be the primary
Yeah.
facilitator, that's.
yeah, and what I envision is that, you know, hopefully we'll have a nice turnout of people who do have questions and comments, and to me, you know, we can, hopefully get some input when people register as to particular topics they're interested in, so we could, for instance, invite, if we have a lot of comments on a particular topic, say, you know, we see a number of people have suggested this, how many of you have comments on this topic, ask for a show of hands, and then ask for people to please, you know, ask somebody to make comments, but then say, you know, we really would appreciate it if we don't have a string of people saying the same thing. If you have something to add on that topic, please come to the microphone. But, you know, try to cover as many topics as we can while giving people an opportunity for input. That's the goal. Okay, so we will move on to, do you have any comments, Craig?
No, I don't have anything. Thank you.
Okay, then, the report. So you have a copy of the report draft that I worked on so far. I don't know if any of you looked at it yet. But one thing I want to point out is that in the prior report, the one that was done by the prior commission, there was this chart at the back of their report, which is basically section by section, very succinct summary of the changes. So I updated this to reflect our draft, and I'll have to go through it again once we finalize some things, but I think that will be helpful for people who want to do a deep dive and kind of see section by section what's going on. There's a big chunk in the middle that I'm not suggesting we necessarily follow, but this is the text from the prior commission, starts on page 9 and it goes all the way to page 26. That was a pretty itemized explanation of different changes, and I don't know that we need to do quite that much detail, but I just haven't deleted it yet.
This is starting here.
Right.
Starting on page 9. And what I do think we want to do, and this is sort of on the theme of what was done in the University Heights report, is give a brief explanation of what we were asked to do, you know, what our charge was from council, how we proceeded, you know, what our due diligence was, including a table that shows who we talked to, and then a very short discussion about significant topics. And again, it's kind of the big ticket items that we spent a lot of time talking about, to give a little explanation as to why we're making our recommendations. So you'll see on page 9 that I have placeholders for folks who are gonna provide inserts. So does anybody have any comments or questions about the draft so far?
Is Harriet providing non-discrimination?
No, I think that's a typo.
No, that was you. Did I make a mistake on that? I
Yeah.
apologize.
Okay,
Oh, no, that's just you, Drew.
all the votes for Harriet will be transferred to Drew in that.
Sorry about that. I cut and pasted from the ranked choice voting.
No problem.
But I just wanna say thank you for taking the time and effort in organizing this, because I did spend some time with it, I'm just beginning to do it.
Uh-huh.
But it's just, I'm glad that you're here to do this, because I wouldn't know to do this as well, so.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. I think it's important, without making it encyclopedic, I think it's important that we provide some explanation to council and the public and all the other, you know, to the mayor, to everybody in town who's gonna pay attention to this, as to what our thinking is on some of these issues.
Justifies the salaries they're paying us.
Oh, yeah. And the great perks.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely. Anybody have any other comments? Does this approach make sense?
Yes.
Will we, like the University Heights reports, will we have also charter text, or are you just gonna go
Oh, yeah.
to the chart?
No, we will make available to people our proposed amendments, and you know, in buckets, once we decide on buckets, but I think it's helpful to present them as buckets. Also, we will provide an entire revised charter so people can see how it all fits together with a compare. But certainly, I think it's important to give them, you know, to the extent that we're recommending buckets, I think it's important to give them the buckets.
Yes.
Do you all agree with that?
Yeah. Thank you, yeah, the different modalities I think are really important, because obviously what we know here is we all process information differently.
Okay, so obviously, you know, this isn't done. So if anybody has comments or questions you wanna bring up, you can also bring those up at the next meeting, but we're gonna have to get working on pulling this together so that we can work towards having it ready to publish by May 15th. And again, what we're gonna share with people is a draft, because it's subject to changes we might make based on input from the public. So I'll probably put something on the cover that indicates that, just so that people don't feel that their input is not really mattering. Okay, otherwise, Drew, thank you for your help in getting the library set up. So we're gonna have this meeting at the library on May 21st. And we have the room from 6 to 8:30.
5:30 to 8:30.
At 5:30, so we have time to set up. And we can plan to get there early and get the seating arranged the way we would like it.
And Lee flexed a little muscle, so we have the facility free of charge now, so that's good.
Yeah. Any other questions or comments about May 21st? Sorry, you're not gonna be with us, Graham.
Yes, but in spirit.
Yes, in spirit.
A hologram.
Oh, ho, ho.
Sorry.
I've never heard that one before.
Me neither.
What did you say?
A hologram.
A
Kind
hologram?
of an avatar on the screen.
Yeah.
That's not on the spelling, yes.
So, Guy, you also sent a draft of something for insertion in the chart.
I'm sorry, I don't.
Sorry, insertion in the draft. I don't know if people have a chance to look at that.
From Lee's, yeah, I think it's this. This is about council members being advocates or whatever.
Yes, right.
Yes,
Actually,
Well, no, I'm thinking of,
that's not the same.
no, text that he provided relating to the budget and finance provisions, which probably didn't get copied.
No, it's not in here.
You sent that out last night?
Yeah, I'm sorry, that's what I reviewed with you.
Well, you sent text for the report as well, didn't you?
Oh, I sent text for the report, right, but
Yeah, so we'll
there's
look
no
at that at the next meeting too,
Yeah,
if
we don't-
anybody has any comments. I thought it looked good.
Okay, and the only thing that's missing from that is I had mentioned that I would probably put something together about sustainability. And that, I just didn't have the time to be creative yesterday when I was, you know, that's,
Yeah, okay,
you know, so I'll try to pull something together on that.
all right.
But I did distribute it.
My file.
That's yours.
I did distribute my draft and I took a certain approach, which is very simple and very concise, and as long
Yeah,
as
and
it's acceptable to
it's
everybody,
fine. Yeah, but I think again, it's important for people to understand why we're doing it and where the input came from, because you did a lot of research, talked to people and
Mhm.
did a lot of due diligence, so it's important that people know that.
I appreciate that.
Okay, Drew gave us a draft of text on the non-discrimination clause,
That was for the report, right?
yeah, for the report.
Yeah, that's this one single.
Does anybody have any questions on that?
Which,
Is it in a stack?
Yes,
Yes.
Proposed
it
amendment.
looks like this.
Yep.
And Drew, I think that the one question I have is when I was reading through this, in the third sentence, where the language says is designed to make visible groups, classes, and communities. The first time I read it, I kind of stumbled over it. I was reading make visible groups, like the groups are visible, and I know what you mean,
Yeah.
but I'm wondering if we might want to tweak the text to make it a little bit easier to read.
I'm fine with that. Using visible in that term often runs into that kind of like,
Mm-hmm.
you know, boxcars hitting each other kind of thing.
Maybe all you need to do is say to make visible the groups.
Well, I wouldn't want to say the groups because then I'm assuming that we've got them all. I would like to say maybe designed to bring visibility to,
Okay,
so the inclusive language is designed to bring visibility to groups, classes, and communities.
That helps.
Is that okay?
yeah, that helps.
Alrighty. So go ahead and if you want to make that change in the text. go
I
right
think
ahead.
the only other comment I had on it is, I wondered if we want to note that we recognize that, and I don't have wording on this, but just the thought is that we recognize that the city has non-discrimination ordinances, and identifies as an equal opportunity employer. And that we did discuss whether this should be in a charter provision or whether it should be an update to the ordinances. I mean, obviously, the vote was to put it in the charter, but I think we should let people know that we considered that, if that makes sense to all of you.
And that's where I wanted to have a discussion in general about how much of the discussion around these different things do we include in the report?
Yeah, I don't think we need to have, in my own view, I don't think we need to have a chapter and verse.
Right.
But I think that providing a little context is helpful because I'm thinking that somebody might look at this and say, well, the city has an ordinance. Because some people know that there's an ordinance. So we may just want to put it into that context that we did review the current approach in the city ordinances and felt that it was appropriate to put this more expansive provision in the charter.
Except it seems somehow inappropriate it seems too chatty to put in the charter. That, oh yeah, we reviewed
We're
this.
not putting it in the
No, this
charter,
is
we're
the
putting it in the
report.
report.
Or putting in the
Yeah,
report.
This is for the report.
What if,
Gotcha.
so in that next to last sentence, the amendment, those who reside, the next one. It supplements and provides a needed backstop to state and federal anti-discrimination protections and existing city ordinances which were taken into account. I know that's a long sentence, but.
Well, I mean, that's kind of the concept, but I leave it to you to figure out how you'd like to draft it in a way that's gonna be easy for people to read.
Okay.
I must say, when I was going through my drafting, I went back and redid it a couple times because I felt I had sentences that were too long.
Yeah.
And I was trying to make it more easily graspable.
Right, well, I'll put in, after that sentence, I'll put in existing city ordinances were also discussed and taken into account, something like that. Would that kind of cover
Well,
it?
you do say in the first sentence it provides additional protections.
Yes, yeah, but Linda wants,
Well, maybe you could note at the beginning that the commission notes that the city ordinances include various provisions addressing non-discrimination and equal opportunity, period. This proposed amendment provides additional protections.
okay. All right, I'll work on that, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I guess I think that the word additional covers that, but that's just my opinion.
Well, I'll put a sentence in and people can see what they think.
Okay, thank you. Anybody have any other thoughts on that? Okay. Moving along. Craig. Now, Craig, are you still planning to join us later in the meeting?
Yes, I was gonna come in.
I'm wondering if we should defer discussion of the provisions you gave us concerning Article 8 and the removal provisions and the ethics and training until you get here, and instead we could now move into the cleanup draft?
Yeah, I would agree with that, and I'll probably get there about 12:30, within the next half an hour or so.
Okay.
Is that okay with everybody?
Sure.
Okay, so we're moving to 7D. And for that discussion, we have the cleanup draft and the issues list. So just to give you a little background on this, so Lee did a wonderful job preparing a very thorough review of the amended charter that we've been working on with many, many comments, some of which were, I would say, historical notations such as where we had questions about home rule or places where he might note, we voted on a particular sentence at a particular meeting. And then he had a bunch of comments that had to do with legal recommendations, and he had a whole bunch that were style edits or formatting edits or consistency edits and things like that. So I worked with him to try to whittle down the number of comments because there were literally 1,000 or more comments. But we slogged through it this week, going through a few drafts to whittle it down so that we have the draft and then we have the issues list. So as we went through that, through his comments and the discussions that we had, we identified this list of 19 points that we thought we needed to bring back to discuss with you all. So my hope is that if anybody has any comments on the cleanup stuff, you will raise them. And we can go through this issues list and try to resolve as many of these as possible. I think most of them are gonna be pretty simple, but I felt that there were things that needed to be brought back for discussion.
And the cleanup thing is this current
Yes.
one? Okay.
Yeah.
And we don't have a printout of the issues list, is that?
Yes, you do. Well, I think you do. I made a copy that I brought with me, but I asked him to, it looks like this. I asked him to print it. Did you guys get this? I sent it around. Okay, well,
That's okay.
maybe you could pull it up, Graham.
Yeah.
Or, you know, I mean, you could read it to us. when
Yeah,
you-
I can go through the items one by one.
There's 15 documents that we asked Lee to print
Yeah.
out, so.
It's a lot.
Yeah.
It's a lot.
Toward the end of the evening, he was saying, if I forget, please forgive me.
Right.
I don't want you to let it
Okay, so first of all, I guess the first question on this list has to do with whether we want to use electors versus registered voters. And I asked Craig if he would talk to the Board of Elections about this. Because as I mentioned at our last meeting, there is a distinction between the two terms, which I was not aware of until like a week and a half ago. And I was curious as to whether the Board of Elections maintains their records for one or the other or both. So if we don't use electors, if we use registered voters, and we had an occasion where we had to find out how many signatures does somebody need for a petition, are we gonna be able to readily find that out, or is it gonna be a big hassle because the Board of Elections doesn't quite keep the list that way? So Craig is gonna call the board on Monday and ask them about that. Now, interestingly, I mentioned this issue to Kevin, and he said that when Lakewood was reviewing their charter, they decided to change the wording to registered voters, and that his recollection was that they did talk to the Board of Elections about it, and the board said use registered voters. So we'll see what they say this week. The Lakewood charter was done a few years ago, but I think it would be useful to know what the Board of Elections practices are before we make a decision. Does that make sense to you all?
Yes.
Because that comes up a lot. So
Linda,
I'm gonna mark that defer for Board of Elections input.
Linda, could you just briefly say the difference between electors and registered?
Yes. A registered voter is somebody who has completed the registration process, but an elector is somebody who has been a registered voter for 30 days. So electors are always registered voters, but registered voters are not always electors, because there's that 30-day
Yeah.
component.
Yeah, we don't have same-day voter registration or anything like that.
Well, not yet.
Yeah.
Someday, God willing.
Yeah. In this state?
So it's an interesting distinction, but as far as the charter goes, I don't know if, also, we were talking about modernizing the language, and I think anytime we use registered voters, there isn't a a window in that, so the 30-day window
That's
would
right.
not apply, I believe.
Well, that's why I think we have to understand how they keep their records.
Right.
And, you know, we could certainly make a decision that in certain places registered voter is good enough.
Yeah,
But I think it probably would be more helpful if we made a consistent change, because otherwise people might think
yeah.
we just had a typo or something. So anyway, we will defer that one for now.
It seems a very minuscule thing, 30 days,
Well,
very, very minuscule.
okay, so go to 3.6D in your handy dandy cleanup draft. Does anybody have any comments before that page?
I think I do.
Okay, what would you like to
Just
discuss?
kinda- If I can just, I have the numbers, but I didn't, just not. Okay, so I just wanna raise the question, 3.3 removal, and the council should be the judge of the election and qualification for the members. It may expel any member for gross misconduct, for malfeasance in or disqualification for office, conviction, and illegal act.
Can I just comment that I believe Craig is gonna propose that this be moved
Okay.
and consolidated with the provision on the mayor.
Okay.
There's language in 10.3 that really establishes a new test instead of using words like gross misconduct, misfeasance, et cetera.
Yeah.
So can we park
Yes.
this until we get to that?
Totally.
Where are you referring to now?
I was on
3.3.
3.3, but we're gonna defer discussion until we get to 10 point something.
Did you have another one?
Nope. Oh, I'm sorry, 3.10. Well, you're going to 3.9, right? You were talking about 3.9.
I was talking about 3.6.
All right, so I'll have something on 3.10.
Okay, 3.6 is appointments. So, all right, so for one thing, in this C, we're supposed to be taking out the except for purpose of inquiry paragraph, so that needs to come out. But notice the deletion of D. The reason that that's deleted is because the last sentence, Lee was proposing that the last sentence move to the non-discrimination provision, because it's related to the employment provisions in the non-discrimination provision. So this sentence says that at least once a year, the mayor submits a report to council about the equal employment opportunity policy. Well, yesterday, I sent a text to Melody and to Tony Kuda, and I said, anybody ever get this report? And Tony hasn't responded yet, but Melody said she doesn't remember ever getting it. And I also said to them, well, do you want it? You know, does council want it, need it? You know, is it important to have this in the charter? Obviously, it apparently isn't being followed. So, you know, do we really wanna have it? And if we do wanna have it, if it is important, should there be a deadline? Cause I think there's a smidge of a chance that people pay more attention to things if there's a deadline. So that's the jump ball. What do you think?
And again, Lee suggested putting that at the end of the new discrimination, anti-discrimination thing, which is, I believe, Article 13.
Yeah.
I noticed it in there kind of thing. Is it a little more open to say there needs to be a yearly report on this? I
Right.
wasn't trying to pressure anybody, but I'd be happy with it because that means, you know, we're serious about this.
Oh, yeah, I agree. But that's why I was curious as to whether it was being provided in like what cadence. Is it being provided in the middle of the year, the beginning of the year? Is it being provided at all?
Right.
So, and if the mayor provides that report to council, that's public record, right? So, so if somebody wants to see how are we doing, a citizen can come in, a resident can come in and say.
Right.
Yeah, so I would say we want to have the report there.
Okay.
Now,
To be honest with you, I want to be respectful of Melody and Tony, but they're not the only ones who have this curiosity, and I think that
Oh,
we
yeah.
should have it in any case.
Now, in the deleted section in 3.6, the last sentence says council must make this report public. Lee didn't bring that sentence over into the section 13.
Because he said it's always public.
Right,
Uh-huh.
right. So
There's no need to say it because everything, all
Right,
reports are
yes,
public.
yeah. So now we just, if we're okay with that moving, we just need to decide if we want to set a date on it. And I don't know what the mayor's year looks like as far as when obviously the budget comes in June and November. So I don't know how to arrange the mayor's calendar for the mayor.
Yeah, let me suggest something. Let me make a motion. So I'm gonna make a motion that for D, the second last sentence moves to Article 13, and that we add a deadline of June 1st, just to put it in the middle of the year. So it's not in the middle of budget stuff. That's my motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
It moved to Article 13 and what?
Make the deadline June 1st.
This is really being just stickler, but wouldn't it be June 30th?
We can make it June 30th?
Let's make it June 30th.
Revise my motion to June 30th. You still second, Drew?
This sounds so nitpicky, but June is Pride Month, and it would be great to start that month with a report on how the city is doing and non-discrimination and all.
How about May 31st?
Would that be okay?
That's fine, sure.
All right.
Going once, going twice. Do you second on May 31st?
May
Okay.
31st, I second that.
And
All right.
that would mean that in the first June council meeting, unless there's a council meeting on May 31st, then it would be discussed
Yeah.
in that.
It could be, yeah.
But
Okay.
it gives them actually almost a week to look at it.
Greg, do you have any comments?
I was just gonna log off and head up to City Hall, so
Okay,
I'm gonna shut off and I'll be up there in about 15
Okay.
minutes.
thank you.
Thanks.
Drive carefully.
Anybody else have any comments on this?
I have a question. So that's the second sentence. And the
Correct.
first sentence goes where?
We don't need it because of the non-discrimination provision.
So we're eliminating the first and the third sentences and moving the second sentence.
True.
Good.
And in the printout, you'll see that sentence has been added to the end of 13.
Okay.
So I'm gonna revise my motion again to say we're deleting the first and third sentences and removing the second sentence.
Second. Or whatever.
Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, thank you. All right, the next item is 3.8B. Is this the right place? I don't think this is the right place. I think that really is in 3.11,
Okay,
not, it's 3.11B.
all right.
So can we go to 310?
Sure.
Can you just help me understand? I thought the word franchises, I thought we didn't do franchises anymore, so why are we still?
Well, we
referring to them?
voted to change the language, so that we added in the reference to public utilities or other franchises, and I believe the discussion was that it's not as common a topic as it used to be, but it isn't necessarily defunct.
Okay, fine, I just, thank you. I missed that in the discussion.
Graham, do you wanna shut off the,
I was thinking maybe, like, do we have any reason to believe that Jonathan or Stephanie would join?
I don't think so, Jonathan wasn't planning to. Okay, 3.11, so then we really have 2 points on 3.11, and the first one is in B. Lee suggested that we modify this text to specify that if both the president of council and vice president of council are not gonna be present, the clerk of council would prepare the agenda. And the reason for that is, if that situation arises at the meeting, there is a president pro tem elected, but they won't necessarily know before the meeting. And the clerk's more likely to know before the meeting and would have a draft ready so they could at least function.
Nobody could, there's no president pro tem until they're elected, so they
That's
can't
right.
be responsible for preparing the agenda because there isn't such.
He hasn't been elected yet, yeah. That's the concept. So I'm gonna make a motion that we accept the changes in the first two sentences of this paragraph.
I'll second it.
A little discussion.
Sure.
The red sentence, the clerk of council, I would change that to, in the absence of both the council president and vice president, the clerk of council shall prepare the agenda for meetings of council.
So you just wanna put the in the absence thing at the beginning?
Yeah, and put in both, in the absence of both council president and vice president, just to make it clear that.
Yeah.
Okay, so we are changing that sentence to read, in the absence of both the council president and vice president, comma, the clerk of council shall prepare the agenda for meetings of council, period.
That's my amendment.
Okay? All right, I'm gonna make a motion to approve as amended.
I'll second that.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstention?
Stay.
Do you have any concerns you wanna share, Roland?
I'm not sure what the difference is between president of council or president's absence, vice president shall, blah, 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 but that's just my visual reading of it.
You talking about the first sentence?
Yeah.
So I think what the first sentence is saying is that in the ordinary course of things, the president of council prepares the agenda. If the president of council is absent, the vice president prepares the agenda.
Mhm.
And if they're both absent, the clerk of council prepares the agenda.
And we're changing it to say,
We're changing the second sentence to say, in the absence of both the council president and vice president, the clerk of council shall prepare the agenda. We're just rearranging the words,
say no,
okay? You changing it to a yes or a no?
yes.
Okay. All right, thank you. Then the second thing is, I don't know why this isn't marked, but I think, oh, this is in A. This is in 3.11A, so it is. In 3.11A, it says that council will elect, what is this referring to? So they're electing a president and a vice president. And then if there's a vacancy, they elect somebody else. And there's a reference here to council determining by an affirmative vote of at least 4 members that either the president or vice president is unable to fulfill their duties. The question is whether it should say at least 4 members or should it say majority? Or should it just say by an affirmative vote? Because if you don't say anything else, by an affirmative vote means a majority. And in all other places where there's a 4-person vote expected, it says a majority, it doesn't say 4. So I don't think we wanna say 4 here, because it's inconsistent with what's present in other provisions. It should just be a simple majority, just like the normal default rule.
In which case you would just say determined by an affirmative vote and leave it at that.
You would take out the of at least 4 members. So my motion is to remove at least 4 members that.
I second it.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, moving along. I go down to 4.4. Does anybody have anything before that? Okay, so for 4.4, the highlighted language refers to periodic written reports, not less often than semi-annually. These reports have not been happening. So one question is, are they wanted? The second question is, you know, and Lee noted that this calls for recommendations as the mayor deems appropriate, but it doesn't provide any, doesn't specifically say the mayor is obligated to provide recommendations or specify a deadline. And I think we can solve all these problems in one fell swoop by putting a deadline in here. And I'm wondering if it would be most helpful to say that the city administrator will make a report annually by September 1st, so that it's available when budget considerations are starting.
Good idea.
Because that seems like the time when it would be most relevant. I don't know that it's necessary to have it twice a year, but once a year might be real helpful.
So the city administrator shall make an annual written report.
Mm-hmm.
Report to the
So
mayor.
we say an annual written report to the mayor and council not later than June 1st. Do you think June 30th is better?
Didn't you want that in September?
You
Oh, I'm
had
sorry,
mentioned
September.
not June. So-
September 1st?
Okay, can I just ask if we pause just for a moment? So in September is when they'll get their, no, that's right, no, I'm sorry. No thought.
So it would read, the city administrator shall make an annual written report to the mayor and council not later than September 1st concerning, et cetera.
It's such recommendations.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't-
So that's my
I don't see any reason
motion.
to go to August 31st with that one.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay. So now we're moving to 5.1 and 5.2.
Can I go to 4.6?
Sure.
So I, in looking at the emails and it might even be here, didn't the judge say that
Yes.
we should remove judicial powers from the mayor?
Yes, so
So that would be
let's look at that.
4.6.
Let's look at that, thank you. Did you all have a chance to look at the email that we got from Judge Costello?
It's in the stack.
So I had run into him at some point a few months ago. It might have been over the holidays, I just happened to run into him. And he said, oh, there's one point I'd like to talk to you about concerning the charter. So I did send him an email a couple months ago and asked him if, you know, he wanted to give us a comment. Didn't hear back from him. So then this week I gave him like a, you know, we're running out of time. If you have something, let us know. And this is what he sent. So it's quite a thorough explanation. I don't know if everyone's had a chance to read it. But made sense to me.
So his argument basically is saying that the general laws of Ohio do grant the mayor certain judicial powers, but the fact that they are so rarely used, that they are so selective and they are so liable to abuse, I mean, I'm summarizing, he's got other
Mhm.
points as well, means that really we would be doing the city and justice itself a service by removing this.
Right, and you know, I don't know if there has ever been a mayor's court in Cleveland Heights. I just don't have any information on that one way or the other.
We'd have to get a
Well, no,
special
it says
outfit for it.
The mayor's court is only permitted in a municipal corporation that is not the site of a municipal court.
Well, I know, so part of his point is that if you take it out because it's not applicable, given the fact that we have our own municipal court.
Yeah.
Is there any circumstance in which that municipal court would be dissolved
Well, we have to change the charter,
to dissolve the court? Okay.
because it's in the, I think, well, maybe the charter just refers to it. Let me see, there's a separate article.
It could be a backstop if for some reason that court no longer is deemed necessary.
Cleveland Heights Municipal Court has been created and is in existence pursuant to the laws of the state of Ohio. But every municipality doesn't have it.
Right.
So, I think the reason it's in the charter is because we've elected to have a municipal court.
So Article 4.6 is basically a holdover and also a backstop from when possibly cities did not have their own municipal courts, but Cleveland Heights does have one now.
Yeah, I think,
Judge Costello really recommends, for a number of reasons, that the mayor should also be combining executive and judicial
right,
branches.
I think it's an important principle. In addition, I mean, it's separation of powers, it's, you
Mhm.
know, I don't think we need a backstop. I think, it would not be a good thing.
Yeah, I don't think generally people think of mayor's courts in a good light. Let me just put it that way.
If Judge Costello says, the mayor's court's not a court of record.
Mm.
All right, I mean, to me, that's, I don't need to know anymore. Anything could go on,
Do I have a motion?
and no one has any, there's no transparency, no accountability,
Move to delete.
no, so get rid of it.
4.6.
Kind of feels like imperial,
Yeah,
like it's.
this is the back room.
Do we have a
Holding
second?
court.
Yeah, really.
Any further discussion? Roland, do you have any thoughts on this?
No.
Anybody else have any comments?
My only concern would just be like, is there a situation where we would lose our municipal court? Like, is that a potential eventuality? And if that happened and we have deleted this,
But
What would
even if we, the having a mayor's court is,
Yeah, you don't want it.
you wouldn't want that kind of justice in Cleveland Heights. I'm confident you would not want that kind of justice in Cleveland Heights. It's very non-progressive.
and so in that case, like anything that would be at a municipal level would be elevated to the county level. I'm thinking traffic tickets, like, I don't know what municipal court, I feel like that's what municipal court is used for now.
But why would you think that there would ever be the I mean, there could be an eradication of the city council and the mayor.
Well, yeah, I'm just saying, I don't know that, like, that's what I'm asking, like, is there ever a situation where that would really happen?
And I'd like to offer that, should there be a problem with there's no judge, okay, I would rather have it here to generate pressure to those responsible to redress that situation.
Right, rather than
Not have a
defaulting.
we don't need a judge because we have.
Except it is not conceivable, it's just as conceivable that we wouldn't have a mayor and they wouldn't have a
Right.
city council as if they wouldn't have a municipal court.
Comes the revolution. Okay,
So
we have a motion and a second. Do we have any further discussion? Any other concerns anybody wants to voice? Are we ready to vote? All in favor of deleting 4.6, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, moving along. Thank you for reminding us of that. Okay, so we're down to 5.1, 5.2.
So these comments that are still in the column there, under interest in contracts, we're not gonna be talking about those?
Well, what is
Four
this?
point seven, 4.8? I'm gonna 4.7, I guess.
Well,
all the comments.
4.8,
I mean, I didn't mean 4.8,
No.
4.7.
well, this is moving also to 10.3. So I don't think we need to discuss that. We're gonna consolidate, there's an article in 3 that relates to interest in contracts on the part of city council. And that is in, where is that? It's somewhere.
And 10 is ethics, right?
10 is ethics.
So we're moving these.
So we're moving all the interest in contract stuff and all the removal stuff to 10. Where is it? Maybe is it already taken on? So we don't need to talk about it because we're moving. But thank you for raising the point. Did we skip any other comments?
Yeah, we skipped a comment on safety before. Maybe not.
Consider reworking this paragraph. We already talked about that, that one. Right?
We didn't, 3.7, there was a comment we didn't talk about.
So his point is that because this language is in the charter referring to public places, during the COVID pandemic, city council was not able to hold meetings remotely. until the state passed a special law allowing public meetings to be held remotely. And that only lasted during the COVID pandemic, and it was revoked when the governor deemed it to be over. So right now, city council can't have remote meetings at which they take city council business. I mean, somebody could attend remotely, but they can't vote. And of course, the public can view them remotely. So the question is really, whether we want to add something here that allows council to provide by ordinance or resolution for virtual meetings if permitted by state law. That's his suggestion.
So he's suggesting that we add language.
Yes. Yes. So right now, it's referring to meetings at public places, but we could add a sentence there that says, you probably would have to say something like, notwithstanding the requirement for meetings, for public places, the city could provide by ordinance or resolution for virtual meetings if permitted by state law.
Right.
That's what it would amount to.
Right.
Is there a difference between if permitted by state law and if not prohibited by state law?
Well, we could say if not prohibited by, because there is a difference.
I'd like to do that, because that,
It's not likely to be, this has to do with sunshine laws. So it's not likely that the state is going to generally abandon statewide requirements for sunshine laws. And that's what prohibits it, but it's fine to say not prohibited, I mean, I don't have a problem.
So we could add a sentence there, council may provide by ordinance or resolution for virtual meetings if not prohibited by state law.
Yeah,
I'd be in
yeah, but
favor of that.
I would make it, I would put a preface on that to say notwithstanding the requirement for meetings to be held in public places.
All right.
would we want to say anything to the effect that those virtual meetings would need to be made available to the public? Or is that covered by the sunshine laws? That's probably covered by the sunshine laws?
Well, there's nothing in that meeting that says make
Oh, you're
available to the public. Yeah, so it's not there.
There isn't anything here that says the public are invited to the meetings.
So I don't think we need to add that to the verbiage.
Which is-
So how would it read, notwithstanding the requirement?
Notwithstanding the requirement for meetings to be held in public places within the city, council may provide by ordinance or resolution for virtual meetings if not prohibited by state law.
That's a motion, I'll second it.
Any discussion?
Do we need a rider in there that says it should be published well in advance of meeting?
Well, they would always have to publish advance notice.
Okay.
That's part of the public meeting laws. Did you second that? Who's that?
I did.
Welcome, Craig.
Hi
Hello,
Craig, nice to see you.
nice to see everybody.
I'm gonna just make one nit that the word for has to be followed by for in parentheses, because I think that's the style he's following in here, but. Any further discussion about this? Craig, we're looking at 3.7. And the comment that Lee made about what the authority was to hold meetings remotely during COVID. So we're gonna add a sentence that lets council permit that in the future if it's not prohibited by state law. Do you need a minute, Craig?
Yeah, just to pull everything out.
Period.
but thanks for bringing up the fact that we skipped a couple of these comments. It's helpful.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Paper copy.
Yeah, your front page looks like this. It's in there somewhere. Looks like you've lost weight.
No, I haven't. I have not done much activity, so. But thank you, I appreciate that. You made my day. I take about 1,000 steps a day, that's
You
it.
know, there are certain experiences that do, inhibit the appetite. And that's,
And
we're at
this hasn't done that either, unfortunately.
3.7, the pages aren't numbered, but.
Thank you, got it. Thank you.
Do you want a minute to look at that?
So what was there's a motion?
So the
for-
change we're making is to insert a new sentence before the sentence that begins with the word "for," and the new sentence is, notwithstanding the requirement for meetings to be held in public places within the city, council may provide by ordinance or resolution for virtual meetings if not prohibited by state law.
Got it.
Any questions?
No.
We call the question? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? So now I think we're at
Recall.
5.1.
The comments on 4.7, if we're doing that in 5, it's just about terminology.
I'm sorry, where are you?
So
Oh,
on the-
on 4.7, I suggested we set that aside because we're moving that paragraph to 10.3. And we'll deal with the language there.
4 point, oh, sorry. Okay, sorry. But then there's
And then 4.10,
something.
recall. This is moving to where? Have you decided, Craig, is that going to Article 7?
Yeah, I think and I couldn't find these comments, but yes, I would agree with.
Alright, so this is gonna get moved to Article 7 and consolidated with the removal provisions for city council. So I wanna park this until Craig has a chance to put that together.
No problem.
Sounds good.
Okay, so Article 5, so we just suggested that the text in 5.1 relating to commissions should be moved to the article, a new general section about commissions. And I don't have a problem with that, but we have to add something later and we don't have the drafting on that yet. So the point for now is just to agree conceptually that we wanna move it.
And this is not about departments, but it's about boards and commissions which are referenced in part of this section but are not.
This isn't generally about commissions.
Correct.
He really feels it should be
Right.
limited to departments.
Right.
So we're really deciding to park it
Yeah.
until we get language from Lee, which probably will happen before our next meeting.
And basically what he's saying is that section in B about department, division, board, commission, officer, employments kind of thing, pull out the boards and commissions because those are really not departments. And this is confusing.
Yeah.
That's-
So we'll have drafting on that, and then the other comment here is whether we should add a statement when it talks about abolishing departments to say that council may not abolish the departments that are listed. And I don't have a problem with that. I think in some of the other charters we looked at, they do have provisions like that, you know, saying you can't abolish certain departments. So I don't have a problem with that. So the motion on that would be to prohibit council from abolishing the listed departments.
I just raised the question, do we want that to apply, as Lee is suggesting that it should apply at least to law and finance, at least, and then by implication not to the others? Do we want to protect all the departments, or do we want to protect just law and finance or?
Well, I think the reason he said that is because there are some charters that specifically in the charter only contemplate law and finance and say you can't eliminate law and finance. Ours has some additional ones. So I don't feel strongly about whether we should include all of the departments, but I do agree that law and finance are kind of fundamental, and I could support a motion to limit the prohibition to law and finance.
Will we move responsibility to establish these departments to council from the mayor's office?
Yes.
So I think if in the charter we want to protect something, at the same time give council the latitude that they might want in order to organize activities in an effective manner, we would then want to protect law and finance, but not necessarily all the others, and leave that up to council to maintain their existence. But I definitely want to protect law and finance. So.
Well, I think you make a good point. Anybody have any other thoughts on that?
Well, I'm a little concerned that we're giving the council the ability in the charter to change the charter without bringing it to the public. Basically, we're saying the charter creates these departments here, but by ordinance, the council can combine or abolish some of those charter-created departments.
I think now that power is in the charter. It's just exercised by the mayor. Let me look at that. The mayor may create new departments, combine or abolish existing departments, and establish temporary departments. So we're constraining the power by saying certain ones, at least per Guy's comment, certain ones cannot be abolished.
And we're transferring that power to the council rather than.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a little bit, I haven't expressed it before, but I am a little bit uncomfortable having departments 3 through 6 listed in the charter, just because I just don't see a need to have them protected that, and as you're saying, Drew, that we're giving council the power to change the charter in a sense. Right, so my solution to that would be to remove those others from reference in the charter.
So which ones are you proposing to remove?
I would Department of Planning, numbers 3, number 4, number 5, number 6, number 7.
Department of Public Safety is pretty essential.
Well, but the mayor's the department head of public safety anyway, so it's, but yeah, I understand, and maybe not all of them, but I'm just. Council is responsible for organizing, so.
Yeah, well, I think trying to remember what the history is on those being added. I think in the 2019 draft, they added to the list the additional departments that were then in existence, if I'm remembering correctly. No, so they added Parks and Rec, and they updated the list. So the charter, let me see what's in here now. What does it say? This was modified in 2022. But I think when the 2019 commission was doing their report, they changed the wording of the departments and they added one. They added Parks and Rec. But there already were 6 listed. And then the change in 2022 accepted that list that's in here.
And if I recall, other cities, some of the other cities we looked at only specify protection for law and finance.
Some of them only
They-
list
they
law
don't
and
list
finance in their
anything else.
charter.
Yeah, they don't-
Yeah, they don't list anything else.
I'm concerned about pulling out too many parts of the city at one time. I mean, we're looking at some other changes, and I'm concerned if we pull out all those departments from the charter and then leave the city in chaos about, well, now what do we do? Do we close down those departments or do we draft ordinances quickly, kind of thing? So I'd be in favor of Lee's suggestion of saying, combine or abolish except those created by this charter and leave those departments in.
I'd rather leave them in as well. I think they're all very essential.
At least I'd like to make it be part of a charter review or charter amendment process to abolish them.
Anybody else have any thoughts on that? Roland, do you have any thoughts on that?
Nope, I'm fine with it. I'm fine with it.
I like having the departments in the charter.
I would agree.
Do you agree with having them all listed? Okay, so I think what I'm hearing is that my motion stands, motion to prohibit city council from abolishing any listed department. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion?
Are we gonna use these proposed, those created by this charter, or your language any listed by the charter?
Let's see. We would say except those departments listed in this section, 5.1. Okay,
So that replaces the part that's in red, that's blocked in red.
yes. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Let's see. Turning pages. Alright, I have something here on 7 point. And so you'll see that there's a note on 7.2 saying some things were moved to 7.5. In 7.3 D, I thought Lee was suggesting that we delete C and D and let the Ohio Revised Code govern this. Because I think there may be some very minor differences in our text versus what's in the code, and he just thinks it's simpler to just have one place for people to look.
Well, isn't state law governs this anyway, right?
Well, it does, but I think we could, under home rule authority,
And
put our own stuff in, but his point is for the minuscule differences, it doesn't really make any sense and
Could we if we take those out, could we put in a sentence saying petitions must abide by and cite the state code? Because if I were doing research, I would want to know where do I go to find what's needed here. This spells it out, but if we're not going to spell it out, then I would like at least a reference to where to go if you're collecting signatures and you want to make sure you're doing it correctly.
Well,
He's
I
got the
think-
code numbers in here.
Well, I don't think you wanna put code numbers in, because that could change. But you certainly could add a statement that, saying that it's governed by general law, but that's the case anyway. And I suspect, based upon the multiple conversations I've had with Lee about this, he would say that it's superfluous to say you gotta go to Ohio law.
All right, and I'm also going to assume if somebody's circulating a petition, they've done their homework and know what they're doing.
Well, you could think that. The Board of Elections might tell you that it's not necessarily true, but
Well, as long as we're not pulling out any information that would be of help to the residents, and simpler is better.
anybody else have any comments or questions?
This relates to B as opposed to C and D. Is it timely to talk about B?
Well, let's talk about C and D and then we'll go back to B, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna move to delete C and D. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Questions, comments, concerns? All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Okay, so we'll go back, you had a question about
So
B?
just to B, are we gonna, it replaces registered voters with electors.
Well, we're gonna look
dealing
at
with
those
that separately,
everywhere.
right? That's
Yeah.
gonna be going
Yeah.
on. Okay, so nothing
Yeah,
about that.
we're gonna come back to that once we get the input from the Board of Elections.
Okay, and then if I might, 7.2 on the previous page, it says except as provided in this section, ballots will be used, yada, yada, yada. We have a reference to ballots in the draft charter content related to ranked choice voting. Does that, and I don't necessarily understand all the implications, but if we reference ballots there, should this be referring to except as provided in this charter instead of this section? Because
Well,
we're,
Did you have text for 7.2 in your insert? Here?
well, that's, let's see. That's,
Yeah,
See, I think I put that in my file, 1 second.
what is it? In section, Article 7, Section 8, council shall by ordinance establish the ballot format. So, I'm just saying, we're saying in
So-
one place they're doing it here, but then they should be making, is there a need to do something different?
Yeah, and we probably, I think we probably do need to prescribe, because one thing from the Board of Elections meeting that was very clear is that in response to a comment by one of the guy who puts the ballots together, that we could just have multiple columns, the RCV people said, no, we really want the chart, you know, like we saw in this, you know, the chart where you have your choices on one across the top and your candidates. And proponents of RCV insist that the chart be on the ballot look like that chart so that it's
So-
clear.
So let me make, I think the comment is more needed in this section if ranked choice voting is adopted. So let me make a suggestion. Right now, this says, except as provided in this section, you use ballots consistent with election law of the state of Ohio. The changes for ranked choice voting, Drew and Harriet, could include a new C, 7.2C, that references that city council will adopt by ordinance the ballot to be used for ranked choice voting. You can discuss that with the ranked choice voting folks.
Yeah, I think we'd wanna, it'd be pretty important for to prescribe a ballot that is clear for the voter.
Yeah, that's a good point, thank you. Anybody have anything else?
Thanks for raising that.
Alright, so I had a question about the timing here. So in 7.3E, you're saying petitions will be filed on the 90th day before the applicable election. And that's, I just wanna point out that we made this change because we got comments from some of our elected officials saying they wanted the deadline for filing petitions for city council to be in reference to the general election. In the current charter, they're in reference to the deadline for the primary, which only applies to the mayor. So they felt that it was not appropriate to have city council deadlines tied to a potential mayoral primary. Now, obviously, if ranked choice voting is adopted, there won't be a primary, but this works either way. So that's why that change was made. So I think that is a change in 7.3E that we haven't previously approved. You'll see on the next page, there's another reference to changing that to read of the applicable election. So I'm making a motion to approve those changes.
In section E, the first part of the sentence, no petition may be signed more than 180 days before the date, comma.
Of the applicable election.
Okay, then, oh, there it is, okay, I'm sorry, I didn't see that part.
Mhm.
All right, it's got something, fine.
Can I have a second?
Second.
Discussion? Everybody ready? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay. Let's see. Voting by members of the armed forces. So here you see in 7.5, this is that write-in language that was moved. It was noted on a prior page. It was moved from 7.2 to 7.5. Anybody have any questions about that?
Oh, the stuff in red, okay. So that's on the top of 7.5?
The two paragraphs underlined in 7.5 were moved from 7.2 because it made more sense to put them here.
A person, like, yeah.
So that's my motion. Do I have a second?
Yeah.
Second.
Any discussion?
I'm just wondering, is there a reason why we're limiting the ability to write-in votes? If this is the first red text, write-in votes for mayor and election shall be permitted only if, and then we give certain requirements.
This was part of the ballot change for an elected mayor. And I don't really know what their rationale was for doing that.
Good question.
I mean, I get their stipulations, but I'm not sure why those would be the only situations where somebody could write in.
Mayor. Yeah, that does seem kind of weird.
Well, doesn't the first sentence of 7.5 apply to city council then?
Craig, can you say that again?
Doesn't the first part of 7.5 apply to city council? Was that the crux of your question, Drew?
No, I'm wondering why we're limiting the write-in votes for mayor to those just only,
Second paragraph.
yeah,
Yeah, that is weird.
disqualification, no opponent or no nominees.
Maybe they were concerned about somebody trying to evade the primary and then pop up later.
Yeah,
I suspect that's probably why.
Yeah,
that would be a good rationale. I mean, I can't think of any other ones.
only if. Cannot. So in other words, it's basically eliminating write-in candidates for mayor.
Well, it's constraining them quite a bit. And you know, the previous part in black that's still there, the direct relation, a voter may write on the ballot name in a properly and timely filed declaration writing candidate, kind of thing, that stuff. That seems to me to limit it sufficiently without adding the, you know, only if stuff.
That's very limiting.
If you look at the language that was taken out at the beginning of 7.5, so this is saying the deadline was before the date for the primary relating to the office of mayor. So, let me just look at this.
I don't mean to hold everybody up, but I was
No,
just
I think
admiring
it's a
my
legitimate
duty.
question and
It's essentially eliminating the ability to write in the
And I think the bar is set high enough with all the properly and timely filed declaration, et cetera, kind of thing, so I don't think we need to constrain it any
I
further.
wonder if we should ask,
Yeah, I'm happy to refer it to legal counsel.
so it's interesting, let me see where that came from, because it's not in the charter now.
It's restricting democracy, the democratic process.
I mean, how am I gonna vote for Minnie Mouse?
Yeah, it's curious,
Right.
because it was, there were changes made, in 2020 that became effective in 2021. The language that was referenced in the 2019 section doesn't have that.
Yeah.
So I don't, is the 2020 date when the elected mayor things,
It was the 29, it wasn't the November 2019.
but weren't they effective in 2020?
20,
This is amended 11/3/20. So Craig, do you know if that was part of the elected mayor ballot?
I don't know.
Could we,
Seems pretty weird.
could we send this to Lee for advice?
Yeah, let's do that.
well,
He's seen it.
Can I just wanna say that we can go and get more advice, but I don't like it, and I would like to move that we take it out, and if we get information that says it belongs there, we can put it back,
All right.
right? Cause it restricts the voting and everything else in a way that does not make sense. As Drew is saying, we have a lot of bars they have to jump over to get started in the first place. And why do we need any, I don't think we need any more, and it just doesn't seem
I
like we
agree
need
with
it.
that.
So you're making a motion to delete the second paragraph.
I would like, we remove the paragraph that starts with write-in votes for mayor and ends with if no candidate has been nominated.
Second.
Discussion?
Any further discussion?
I can think of a number of different situations not listed here where a write-in candidate would be needed, so I think we should remove it.
All right, well, I think we can go to a vote on this and then we could always come back to it if we get new information, but I can ask Jean if that's something that was added in the ballot, and if so, what's the thinking behind it? I mean, obviously, if ranked choice voting passes, it's irrelevant if it was related to the primary. But, you know, we can vote on this for now and come back to it if we need to. Any further discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? Okay. Okay,
Lee was gonna research on that term canvassed.
Yeah, that's one point, actually, it's exactly.
well, there are, I think there are a couple of places where I raised that with him and he said he was going to change it to talk about certification. And I'll remind him about that.
We can ask them on Wednesday, probably be here on Wednesday.
I did specifically talk to him about it, and I thought that's what he was gonna do, but maybe he just didn't have time to do it.
We haven't asked him to do anything else.
I know, he's kind of been lolling
He's
about
been
this
lazing
week,
around doing.
eating bonbons. Okay, the next point has to do with 7.7, which is voting by members of the armed forces. I don't understand why this is in the charter.
Yeah.
It doesn't say anything except it refers to federal law. We can't do anything differently. We certainly respect the right of members of the armed forces to vote. So I'm not sure why it's in the charter.
So the recommendation would be to take it out.
Delete it because it doesn't really, the charter doesn't do anything for it, one way or the other.
If the charter had public presence, you would say, well, it's there to support our people who are overseas in the, but I don't think anybody knows about this provision of the charter, you know what I mean, except for us, maybe 2 or 3 other people.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of an odd provision and it was added in 1980. Take that back, it was added in 1972. But people at that point, I mean, certainly members of the armed forces were allowed to vote in the 70s, weren't they?
They were.
I would think so.
So, I don't know, I just thought maybe we should take it out because it doesn't really,
Yeah, we don't need a charter that has gratuitous information.
well, that would be the argument.
But so I understand, in local elections, like voting for mayor, would a armed forces personnel be, how would that work? They would vote for mayor, and it was an absentee ballot?
They could vote for everything that anybody present here in the city could vote for.
Everything that's on the
The
ballot.
fact that you're overseas in the military doesn't reduce your ability to vote on anything.
And I think the provisions are, it doesn't get counted at the same time as all the other votes, but it has, you know,
It's
equal
counted.
It's a provisional ballot probably.
Okay,
It says here that the Ohio Revised Code extends the federal election protections to state and local elections.
So according to Ohio law, the ability to vote in federal elections is extended to state and local.
I don't see reason.
Hmm?
I don't see a reason for it.
Yeah, I don't think there is a reason anymore. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, so I'll add, something to the charter indicating that we removed it only because it's covered by federal and state law, but, we mean no disrespect to the wonderful people in the armed forces. Okey-doke, moving along,
So 7 is where we would have the RCV stuff, right? Article 7.
I would say,
While we're on that page, before we leave, Linda, if you don't mind. In 8, it's registered voters has been changed to electors.
I know, but we're gonna look at that throughout.
Okay, all right.
It comes up a lot.
It sure
I mean, when I was going through it and looking at the comments, finally at some point I said to Lee, I'm not gonna comment on this anymore, we'll just have to do a search and replace and once we decide what we wanna do. So removal stuff, we already mentioned is gonna go in 7, but Craig is still working on that, right, Craig?
to do, I'm sorry, which section are you working
I'm just commenting on something that would go into Article 7, and now we're moving.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We're into 8.1 now. So the open question here is related to initiative petitions. You remember that we had a parked question as to whether once petitions for an initiative have been signed and submitted to council, can any changes be made before it's put on the ballot? The 2019 report suggested that there could be non-substantive changes, by which they meant things like correcting a typo. The language in here says that the committee that's backing the initiative could require that the measure go to the vote with any change that had been presented at a public hearing before council. So that would be up to the committee, and that doesn't seem right to me. I mean, if somebody signs a petition for an initiative, they've agreed to what's in that petition. And if there should be some negotiation between the people, you know, the committee that officially takes responsibility for that, they negotiate some changes with council. I don't know that the people who signed the initiative would necessarily want to give that much power to the committee. I mean, I can understand correcting typos, but I think anything beyond that doesn't seem consistent with the whole initiative process. And I realize it's a rigid process, but I think there's a reason for the rigidity. What do you all think about that?
Well, the next sentence does say, in no instance may any such changes substantively alter the measures that appeared in the petition originally circulated for signature, so there is some constraint on that.
Right, well, that's what the 2019 people.
Yeah, I'm concerned because if they don't have the ability to fix typos and whatnot, then that could derail the whole petition thing just for the sake of a missing comma
Yeah.
or something like that. So I can see why that language should stay in as long as it's backstopped with no I wish I could say that word.
Substantive.
Yes, substantive alterations done that way.
I think we have to point out that I think the other charters, I don't know that they allow,
Yeah,
just for your edification and amusement, I don't think that they allow it, but I'd have to look at them again.
But the suggestion is to keep this as is, right, then?
well,
Keep the red.
Leah's suggesting that we wanted to qualify it for concerning the substantiality of the change.
Well, that's what's in there. This is from 2019. Let me see what my chart tells us.
wasn't there a recent state something or other that was being held up because there was some typo?
Well, probably.
I'm just concerned because after all the work in getting something, all the signatures collected, et cetera, to have it derailed because they can't make a minor, non-substantive change. would be a
Yeah, but-
shame.
This doesn't say minor, non-substantive.
The next sentence.
The next sentence.
Do you have to take the next sentence into account as well?
I see.
Yeah, that's what
What about like an argument if like if a typo needs to be changed, one of the arguments could be that the typo is substantive.
Well, it could be.
Yeah,
The
could be.
typo could be
It could be.
substantive.
And there
But,
could be
um,
disagreement as to whether it's a typo or not.
Or whether it's substantive.
Oh, you could go to law school.
Lucky you.
No thanks.
Well, I mean, it's interesting because there's some language in one of these other provisions, maybe it's in the recall, where there's a reference to whether the vote is it affirmative or negative or not affirmative, and it matters. it matters because there could be different results depending on what words you choose. There are court cases that turn on commas, folks.
Well, sure, well, that was Key's about not prohibited as opposed to permitted, which I think.
Yeah, but
is
if
a
there's court cases that turn on commas, maybe some of these things that seem insignificant aren't.
Well, I know, so that's why the question is, do you want to allow any adjustment at all? In the current charter, I believe that there is no room for edits. Am I right about that?
If that's the case, then I think making some room for edits seems good.
Let me see what this says. It says, in the current charter, it says, if the council rejects the proposed measure or passes it in a form different than the petition, the committee can require that it go to the voters in the original form or that it be submitted with any proposed change that was presented in writing, either at a public hearing, at a committee, or during consideration of council. So what the 2019 change is doing is adding this additional sentence that the change cannot substantively alter the measure. That's the part that's new. The part that's highlighted here already is in the charter.
Okay.
So what is it that we're discussing?
Whether we want to add this additional sentence that says that any change must be non-substantive. It's the first change after the orange. The first sentence after the orange.
I would say that I can't understand why we would not want that. I mean, that makes a lot of sense to me. So,
So the red, we're not talking about deleting the red.
No, we're talking about whether we want to add the next sentence.
Who would determine that?
who would determine what's substantive?
Yeah.
I would say the committee did.
Well, I would say that in the first instance, it would be the committee, but council would also have a voice in it in the sense that, I mean, who knows, there could be an argument about it. There could be a lawsuit filed. Somebody could say you can't put it on the ballot that way because there was a change made and it was not a non-substantive change, it was substantive. There could be fights about it for sure.
I would only be relying on just like people work together in good faith to accomplish something. There's also just the idea of, did you change the meaning? Did you change the meaning of the petition that the people signed? Is it change? Is it different? Would people think of it differently? Would the common human look at it differently? I don't. I mean,
And
that's
that's what the
just
lawsuit would address.
yeah. Well, and I'm not an attorney, and I'm not doing that. So.
And I'm not a litigator, but a litigator could make a living on cases like that.
They do. Trial lawyers.
So, but as it stands, then you're saying it would be the committee, the petitioning committee or council who would decide if it's substantive?
Well, the committee brings it to council.
Okay.
And let's say they have a discussion in a committee
Right.
of council, or they have it at city council, where somebody at city council says, well, your petition is okay, but we think, you have to fix this. And the committee could say, no, we want it exactly the way it was. Or the committee could say, okay, that's a non-substantive change, we agree with that. Those are the two choices the committee has, because it's the committee in the first instance makes the decision as to what's gonna go on the ballot at that point.
Would it be, I'm sure this isn't like necessarily a legal term, but like thinking about what Guy was saying about the layman's understanding of the measure, or what the person who signed the petition thinks. Could we say something like the spirit of the measure?
I don't go there.
Because like, if the comma.
Craig is wrinkling his brow.
No, I'm just
Okay.
looking at something else.
Well, just because if the comma substantively changes it, then they wouldn't be allowed to change it even if everyone generally understood the measure to mean something.
I think substantively is the right word to use in this context. I don't think you wanna get too much into anything beyond that. But I think the commentary in the report makes it clear that they're thinking about, you know, something that's an obvious typo that needs to be fixed.
That could otherwise be disqualifying, right? That could
It
disqualify.
wouldn't be disqualifying.
I don't.
No, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Some
I don't-
little things can sometimes have big impact.
Yeah, they could.
But a
Um,
typo isn't gonna disqualify.
Well, you know, a typo in a date maybe could disqualify it. I mean, somebody may have slipped up and put the wrong date in, that sort of thing. And I imagine if it came up, the city solicitor would be consulted about, is this a substantive change or not? So they would probably, I'm
But-
sure the
but-
city would like to avoid lawsuits, so they would probably.
Well, maybe they wouldn't, maybe they wouldn't.
But the other thing is, the voters signed the petition with the typo in it, or with the comma in
Whatever,
front of the word or behind the word, that's what they signed.
Yeah.
because they carefully read it.
Well, that's
I'm
what I
just
mean
saying
about
that's
like
what they,
the
I mean,
general
you know.
understanding. You know,
Yeah.
because like the substantive nature of the, I don't know.
I think the thing to focus on is, if we don't add the sentence, the committee has much more latitude to agree to changes.
Right.
So right now, today, in our charter, the committee could negotiate changes with council, and as long as it was discussed at a public meeting where it was put in writing, they could change something that would be substantive. And the sentence is limiting their authority to something that's non-substantive.
Yeah, I think I'm for the committee having more power,
So
actually.
you would not put in the additional sentence.
Right. Right, because the committee's the one that did all the work, like, you know, the voters signed it, but the voter wasn't looking at the placement of the comma. So the committee is the juggernaut of this change, and usually it's gonna be something opposed to what the city has done, or changing what the city has done, right? That's why you do it to start with, or adding to something, so the committee has done a tremendous amount of work to gather signature, to put together a petition, gather the signatures, get enough to be, you know, they've done all this work. So I think they should at least be able to negotiate with city council, who is probably, in all likelihood, is not for their proposed change,
Right.
you know, proposed
Which
changes.
is why the initial.
So if they can negotiate with council and they can come to a meeting of the minds on a certain point that would make it more palatable to city council and okay with the commissioners or the petitioners, sorry.
It calls to mind the negotiations that resulted in the constitutional amendments, the Ohio constitutional amendments that tried to fix gerrymandering. Those were the result of negotiation, and it didn't end well.
Well, the other, to oppose, like just an opposite side of that could be that it could actually weaken the power of the committee. You know, if there's negotiations that are available, then maybe they'll be pressured into negotiating. Where if there's no negotiations available, they say, hey, this is the measure that people signed, you know?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, it is. I mean, if I signed a petition to have a public park at X location and the committee decided, well, you know, in negotiations, we decided to put it somewhere else, I would not be happy to have my signature quoted as wanting the park in Situate, you know, that kind of thing. So the no substantive changes is what I'm in favor of. Since I can now pronounce that word briefly, I want to use it as much as possible.
I just say again, I think what I said initially is only that if I sign a petition and then what goes into law is different from what I signed in my understanding, I would be upset.
Yeah.
That is not democracy. That's some kind of, you know, finagling by somebody who had an interest in something and they got it done. So I would oppose the deletion of this portion of this draft. I don't know whether it has to be a motion to add it or a motion to delete it, but whatever it is, I want it there. So
What is it you want?
I want that text in the,
You want the one about no substantive change?
no, I think I'm getting it, in no instance may any change, addition, amendment, substantively alter the measure, et cetera, et cetera. it's written there, I don't know, do we have to add it by motion
No,
or
I
is it
think
already
we have
there?
to, I think we have to vote to agree with that sentence being added because it's not there now. And when we initially went through the entire 2019 document and said, we like this, we don't like this, we parked this.
Oh, I see, okay,
So we're coming back to it now because it's time to get it out of the parking lot.
all right, I'm ready.
So it's a sentence that starts with in no and ends with 4 signatures.
Correct.
It's not in there now. How come it looks as though it's in there?
He just happened to highlight the prior sentence.
Well, I'll second that motion if it's been moved. I think it was.
Was that your motion, Guy?
I just, let's just start over. So I would move that we maintain or add this text that we were discussing to the charter,
So it's to add the new sentence.
add the new sentence, yes.
And I'll
And
second
Drew
that.
seconds it. Is there any further discussion? Craig or Roland, you wanna say anything about this?
Well, I've been listening to Harriet and I'm persuaded, she may have changed her mind by now, but
Yeah, I might change my mind.
I'm persuaded that we should allow for some latitude on the part of the committee. And I'm not sure if we add Lee's sentence, that would really do, it's just like a Frankenstein statement, you know. On one hand, we're saying no substantive changes, and the other hand, we're saying let's give some latitude to what the committee.
Well, I think the new sentence was suggested by the 2019 commission, if you read their comments.
Okay.
It was suggested to constrain the changes that could be made after a petition was circulated and signed on the theory that if somebody signed a petition saying we're gonna do this, they didn't mean this as modified by that, they meant this. And they felt, the 2019 commission felt that there shouldn't be changes that are substantive without going back and getting the signatures all over again. And you can imagine that if you're a committee that's worked on getting the signatures, you don't necessarily wanna go back and start all over again.
Yeah.
But, you know, it's always an option. You know, if in the course of advocating for an initiative petition and discussions with city council, I suppose there probably have been incidents in the history of these things where somebody said, okay, that's a great point, we didn't think about that, we're gonna go back and try again. That's probably happened. But I think it's pretty clear from the comments that they were troubled by somebody taking an initiative petition and changing the deal after people had signed it.
Okay, and if that's the case, then I'm willing to vote for the restriction.
Are we in discussion still?
We're in discussion.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, the only thing I think, I agree with the arguments about, you know, more democracy is better than less democracy, but in the practical application of these things, you've got this committee that's done all this work, they're not gonna sell out their nugget, you know, what they've done all this work for. You know, they might, in order to, in the spirit of cooperation and cooperative government, which we're trying to engender with our CV, you know, the committee might say, well, okay, city council, since, you know, we did all this because of something you did, and you're really angry at us, and, you know, we'll give you this one little thing, you know, in order to, for good relationships, good community interactions, good government going forward. So I mean, in the practical application of these potential disagreements, I think it would be kind of nice to get the petitioners, the group that's done all this work, and it is a lot of work to put something on the ballot, some leeway. I just think it's, you know, the voters, I mean, I've gotten a lot of people to sign a lot of petitions, and they don't know what in the hell they're doing. So it's not like the voters need to have all this democracy on this one point, because who knows what the petitioner has said the paid petitioner or the volunteer petitioner said to that voter to get him to sign. I remember, for instance, in a union election, authorization cards, you say, oh, just go ahead and sign this authorization card because you're not voting for the union, you're just voting for an election. You know, in that way, the vote, you know, the person signed it even though they were against a union, you know, but said, oh, just sign this for this, you know, I mean, that's how it's done in union elections. So when we're talking
No,
about
I've
other
heard people do
petitions.
that on other stuff.
Yeah, so I mean, it's not like the voter is like, the voter's not the one demanding this change, it's the petitioners that did all this work to go about this change that,
Yeah.
that,
No, and
you know, and I think they should have some latitude, cause they're the ones doing the heavy lifting, not the
Can I-
signers.
Linda, may I speak? So my question to the group is it important, is it important to maintain good relationships between the petitioners and council? Or is it more important to actually put into law what people think they're putting into law?
Well, I mean, it's important for there to be, it's important for the health of a community to have a spirit of cooperation and negotiating engenders, and the act of negotiating engenders the spirit of cooperation.
I will say, in my experience, and you know, I haven't been involved in this stuff as long as Harriet has, but in my experience, when petitions are circulated in Cleveland Heights, I have witnessed any number of occasions when somebody will, you know, walk up to a group of people with a petition and say, well, I've got a petition for thus and such, are you willing to sign it? And some people will say, yeah, I'm in favor of that, and some people in the same group will say, well, I'm not in favor of, but I'm fine with having you get a chance to get it, you know, get enough signatures to get it on the ballot. So I've seen people make the decision both ways. But I think it's true that in some cases, people are not really paying a lot of attention to the details. If they're in favor of the concept, they're more thinking about the concept than they are about the minutia of what might be in it. But, you know, I could see both sides of this argument. I'm having a hard time with it.
I mean, Linda raises an important point. Sometimes people will sign a petition just to get something on the ballot. They may completely disagree with it.
Right, but then I would still maintain that it ought to go to ballot
Yeah.
as it was signed, not because somebody negotiates something different. Because that's,
I mean, I think they're
Just
both good
counter.
arguments.
well, I don't see much virtue in yours, but that's okay.
I see virtue in yours.
I appreciate that. I just don't like being boondoggled, you know, oh, do this, oh, but then we get what we want.
You gotta look at who's pushing it. It's the petitioners that are pushing it.
Yeah, but we're just writing rules.
Any further thoughts? Craig, you have any thoughts on this, based on your experience with petitions?
No.
I
mean, I'm fine with the added language.
I was just wondering how many petitions, like how many signatures you would need. So I was just trying to look up how many people voted in the last municipal election. It looks like we had about
There's a lot.
20,000 people in Cleveland Heights vote in the last municipal election, which would be
Really, was
like,
it that high?
according to Cuyahoga County BOE,
65% probably.
we had about,
60%.
it looks like
So that was the issue one.
Yeah.
That was an odd election.
yeah, I'm looking at the November, looks like turnout like around 50%.
Yeah,
But so that would be like 2,000 signatures. That's a lot of signatures. That's all.
Yeah, that was an unusual turnout.
Yeah.
I think it's normally, maybe it's
Lower.
normally half that.
Yeah.
So maybe normally it's 1,000 signatures that you would need.
I'm not saying it's a day, you know,
In a municipal, yeah.
day at the beach to get signatures, but.
Okay.
All right, well, are we ready to vote on this, or how do you all feel about it? I feel very conflicted myself, but.
Well, we either vote or we defer, right? So does anyone
Well-
wanna just defer to think about it some more?
This has
But
been
is there any-
parked
yeah.
for months.
I know,
But
Is there
if you wanna defer
No, I'm
till the
just
next
saying,
meeting, we can,
do you
we
want?
can, you know, cause we didn't really thrash it out this way in our prior discussions, cause we parked it. But if you'd like to have a couple more days to think about it, we could vote on it Wednesday.
I'd ask you to do that. Vote in the
Is
next
everybody
meeting.
okay with that? Homework. All right, so the next point is in just one. In my recollection, look, I don't think this draft is reflecting the changes we agreed on in the percentages.
Yeah, it doesn't, I don't think.
These percentages aren't right, so I just wanna note that the percentages need to be fixed.
In what section you talking about?
In initiative, recall, and referendum, Lee hasn't made it consistent with our vote on the numbers that were presented,
Yeah, initiative is 5%.
so that has to be fixed, but I'll talk to Lee about that.
8.1 through 8.3.
Yeah, so in 8.3F, this is where we have the language, if a majority of the votes are in the affirmative, the person whose removal has been sought should be allowed expenses. Now, that clearly is wrong. If the person who's been recalled successfully defeats the recall, their expenses should be paid. So the question is whether the language should be not in the affirmative or if they're in the negative.
And can you help
It
us?
made my head hurt to think about this.
Sorry.
So the language that was proposed in the 2019 draft was are not in the affirmative. So if you're voting on a recall, the votes are gonna be recall or don't recall, right?
So an affirmative vote is for recall, which is a negative act.
I think we have to be very careful about how we draft this.
Well, why not say, if a majority of the votes cast at the election on the question of removal are opposed to removal, comma, the person whose removal has been sought shall be allowed, so just define it. Majority of votes opposed to removal.
Yeah, I would,
Can I ask, when you say the number of votes, is that the number of voters who took a ballot? Or are those the number
favor
of
of it.
voters who actually voted on that particular,
It's the people who voted on that question.
on that question?
So if you get to that question,
In
some people
favor.
may skip it.
Right, and they don't get counted at all.
They don't get counted at all. So let's say that you have, but otherwise, if somebody votes, they're either gonna vote, I wanna recall or I don't wanna recall. But I agree with you, Drew, that it's helpful to say, if the votes cast are opposed to removal, then that person gets their expenses paid. I think that's better than saying affirmative or negative, because
Yes,
unless you know
right.
the ballot language,
Right.
does that make sense to everybody?
what,
Craig, you
what
had
section
thought
are
about
you-
this a bit, does that make sense to you?
What letter?
8.3F.
I'm sorry.
So we take out the uncertainty of how the ballot question is formulated, because it could be yes, remove, or no, remove kind of thing, and we just say opposed to removal.
It also applies to D too, if the majority of votes cast at the election on the question of removal, it should see.
Well, and that's what I was gonna say. That's what
Favor.
it ties back to.
Yeah.
Is the-
All right, let's look at D.
That's all they did is they just flipped D essentially.
Well, we should say are in favor of removal.
No, opposed to.
No, in favor.
No,
In D.
Person shall be
Removal.
deemed.
Oh, D, I'm sorry. Do we finish with F already?
No,
Okay. We're jumping around. All right. Okay, yes.
Alright, so D will read, if a majority of the votes cast at the election on the question of removal are in favor of removal, comma. And an F will read, if a majority of the votes cast at the election on the question of removal are opposed to removal, comma.
Great,
That's consistent.
And that makes sense and it seems foolproof.
right.
Right.
I don't know if I should use those words.
That's pretty brave.
It was not substantive.
Alright, so I'm gonna make a motion that we make both of those changes. Do I need to review them again?
No.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions?
I'm writing and I put are opposed to foolproof instead of opposed to removal.
Yeah, we're getting punchy. We're getting punchy. Alright, now we're moving to 8.5. So this has to do with distributing information to people. And it applies as currently in front of you to all flavors, charter amendment, initiative, referred legislation, recall. We had discussed changing this 30 days to 40 days to respect the fact that early voting starts 30 days before an election. So it'd be nice if somebody who's gonna vote early gets their materials before
Right.
they vote. Now, the point that Lee made is that under the state constitution, it's supposed to be 30 days for charter amendments. So we can make the change for other things, but we have to stick with 30 days for charter amendment. I would say we should make the change because I think we should be in favor of people getting information. To the extent we're allowed to do that, we should require that. And the fact that the Constitution is behind the times on this issue shouldn't constrain us. But how do you all feel about that?
I agree with more time is better, so we just have to kind of do a little jigsaw puzzle with 40 days and 40 nights. Without a raven and see how it goes.
Oh, you're so clever.
That's a good one.
Things just come up, I don't know.
What do you all think about that? Anybody else have an opinion?
I agree with you.
Guy?
So if I understand the question is, the way it's written right now, it maintains Lee's idea that it shouldn't be different from what the revised.
It maintains the current, this 30 days is what's currently in our charter.
Yeah,
And we can change it except for a charter amendment. Because the state constitution says for a charter amendment, it's at least 30 days.
can I ask, and you wanna change it, we wanna change it to 40 days? Well, isn't 40 days at least 30 days?
Well, but it would make, it would increase the burden on the person who has to furnish the material because they gotta get it out sooner.
I drop any comment. Okay, I would just, as Drew, I think that it's more time is better. Okay, so it would be the bias. 10 days doesn't sound like a increasing burden greatly to those people who are promoting it, so.
Plus, if it allows people who are voting early to vote on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, to
Yeah, but it's kind of a
know,
what's
no-brainer.
going
to know.
on, yeah.
to be informed.
We would like people to know, but there are certain people who would rather people didn't have information, so. In fairness, I don't know when this constitutional provision was done, it might have been before we had early voting. I think early voting is a relatively new concept.
Yeah.
I remember a time when it wasn't all that easy to get an absentee ballot, there was a lot of rigmarole you had to go.
Right. Yeah, that wasn't too long ago.
Yeah, cause my son challenged me because I hadn't voted in the 1984 presidential election. He looked in the voter records.
Oh, wow.
And I said, well, we were on our honeymoon, we were busy. It was a challenge, you know, in those days it was a lot hard.
Yeah.
Honestly, we probably weren't really thinking about it, when we were planning our wedding, that we should get an absentee ballot. We probably could have gotten one,
This section's from 1972. So.
yeah.
So we might.
Okay, so the motion is we leave it at 30 days for a charter amendment, we change it to 40 days for everything else. That's my motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor? Any opposed?
And Lee
Any
will-
abstain?
Lee will
And
craft,
so we have to do the
Lee will fix
jigsaw,
it.
he's gonna.
will Lee craft the language for that or something?
Yeah, I can do that.
Because we could easily, after in section 2, at least 30 days before the election in the case of a charter amendment, or 40 days in the
Yeah,
case
he'll-
of.
Yeah, it's not that hard.
Yeah.
All right, so down in, there's a comment in D. So Lee was saying that we should move all the stuff about charter amendments to Article 13. And I haven't given this a whole lot of thought. I think, I understand his point that it may make sense to move them just because of these constitutional things. And then we would have to,
That would help what we just discussed.
yeah, I could ask him to draft it and we could, we could look at it. Since he made the point, he's given himself a homework assignment. Maybe we should just have him do the drafting and see what we can.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I mean, there's also this sacred rights issue attached to initiative, referendum, and recall. It's like this, oh yeah, democracy, direct democracy, it's like,
But everybody
like
doesn't
this-
have it, so it's an important thing.
no, but I'm just saying, it's nice to have it in its own section because it is important. And it is like this, it's an example of direct democracy.
Yeah.
So,
In the little pink box, I think he had a typo. He said Article 13, but Article 13 has been devoted to the non-discrimination policy. I think he meant Article 14 because he says Article 14
Right.
in the rest of it,
Right,
just for clarity.
okay. So we'll ask him to do that and we'll come back to this. So essentially, we're parking that until we get language.
Parking it in Lee's lot.
Yeah, in Lee's parking.
not our lot.
Okay, I think, we've already done finances. And we've already gone through this earlier. I wanna suggest we take a 5-minute break at this point, if that's okay with everybody. And then we'll resume. Is that all right? All right, so we're up to Article 10, which is ethics. So Craig, you have your ethics things. We have that, right?
Correct.
So we can work that in as we go along. There's one point in 10.1, Harriet, you had made a suggestion in the second sentence that wasn't picked up yet, and it was it's in here, but we didn't vote on it. It's the words that say for the good of the city and its residents. So we need to vote on that phrase.
Can you tell us where it is?
So starts in line 3 at the end, for
I see.
the good of the city and its residents.
And what was my suggestion?
You wanted to add those words,
It's
but we didn't
there in
vote
the-
on it.
Oh, for the good of the city and its residents,
Yes.
or just and its residents?
All those words,
All those
for the good of the city and its residents. So your motion made at a prior meeting was to do that, but we didn't vote on it. So do you wanna make the same motion again?
Sure.
I will second that. Any discussion?
Yeah, I'm, Harriet, would you be acceptable to amending it to say and work together rather than and together work?
Sure.
Just seems a better arrangement.
Okay.
And do we need a comma after residents? Work together for the good of the city and its residents, comma, to make the city a desirable place to live, or is that too many commas?
No, I don't think we need to go.
Okay.
Any further comments? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, so then,
No, we skipped over the, we're skipping over the budgets.
well, we did all that already.
Which is the budget.
So before we get to 10.3, which is where Craig's stuff starts, in 10.2, we had decided to add a reference here to salaried employees. So this is, the point is that salaried employees would take an oath of office. So, and that came from the 2019 draft. Now, when Lee looked this up, he found that the oath of office that's prescribed by state law doesn't apply to salaried employees. It applies to city officers. So if we want to require an oath, we have to specify what it is. And he gave a recommendation here. But the question is, do we think we should ask salaried employees to make the oath? That's question one. And question two is, if we do we want this wording? Anybody have any thoughts on that?
I would be in favor of not requiring the oath. There are people whose religions or deeply held beliefs are against taking oaths, and I wouldn't want to keep them from working for the city. I don't think oath is necessary for a salaried position.
Well, I think the thing that you did mention, that the example that you mentioned is taken care of by an affirmation, because there are people who affirm rather than swear when they take the oath. They just affirm. So I think that part isn't,
All right.
that is not a good reason for not requiring an oath. Or there may be other good reasons.
Well, I'm opposed to more oath taking than is necessary, really, in general.
Yeah, in this context, it's really just a question of the person, confirming that they're gonna do their duties faithfully, honestly, and impartially, which you would hope nobody would object to, but it was interesting to me that in the state ordinance, they contemplate that it's only expected of city officers and they don't expect it for salaried employees. Now, there's plenty of other, bases for requiring people to behave properly, so I think the point of Lee in raising this was simply to let us know that state law doesn't contemplate it, so there isn't an oath on the shelf that we can just cross-reference to. We would have to specify the wording. What does you other folks think about whether salaried employees should have to take an oath?
I don't think they should take an oath. I mean, I would assume some of this language should be in the employment letter.
Do they have an employment letter?
They should.
No?
It'd be hard to imagine they have a competent HR department and they're not sending out the employment letter, but it's
Wow.
possible. I mean, it's possible. Isn't it?
Well, they have a manual, I think.
Yeah, they do. Cause that was the whole issue, well, Mayor Sarah mentioned that, that was the issue with, yes, they have a manual. I'm not gonna get into it.
Where did our idea come from for this anyway? Do you remember? Was it?
It came from the 2019 report.
And the 2019 report recommended it?
They recommended it to applying it to salaried employees, but I don't know that they got so far as to figure out that there wasn't such a thing. I mean, it doesn't seem essential to me to make the change, but
I'm old enough to remember the tail end of the McCarthy era, and there's just an aura about oath taking that is like, if you don't need it, don't make people,
and then you have HB 6.
Yeah.
Those people all took an oath.
Well, you've got a whole party now that
Yeah, well, sorry, I didn't mean to get into kind of.
even
So I
in the law.
would vote in favor of deleting the section that refers to salaried employees.
All right, so you're making a motion to delete the reference to salaried employees. Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion?
Well, I would just offer that in contrast to your reference to the McCarthy era, you've got people who are it's popular and trendy
Okay, so that's not.
to not keep your oath to the Constitution. And so I think it's a different context from the early fifties. The context now is law breaking.
Okay, but let.
So I mean, I just think it's something to think about now that things have changed.
I always go to the transaction cost of time, so how would you get salary employees in a room to ask them to do a vote affirmation?
Well, I'll just give an example. If you work as an observer at the Board of Elections, I had to take an oath.
Well, you have to do it as a.
And when I showed up, they just had me take an oath. Somebody read me an oath and I repeated it after them, and it was, they handed me my, whatever I needed, my badge.
That sounds like a very reasonable thing to do. That's where the parsing comes in. I don't want janitors taking their time to say an oath.
Well, they're not salaried employees, are
Yeah,
they?
they're not salary,
Oh, okay.
they're wage, they're hourly.
This is people who have an annual salary.
Now, are there people who have an annual salary who do not have positions of responsibility? I guess there probably are, although
Well, I don't know. I don't know what the
The
chart looks like.
clericals would be hourly. But everybody who's getting a salary is not a decision maker necessarily, I
No,
believe.
I mean, I think it should apply to directors.
Clerk of council.
Well, this applies now to mayor, city administrator, council, all other officers of the city. And the new language is all employees holding a position with an annual salary. So when it says officers,
Yeah.
lowercase o, I'm not sure who that includes.
Yeah.
Maybe we need to say directors.
Or maybe we should say decision makers or?
No, that's too vague.
That's too big, okay.
I think there's, the Ohio Revised Code defines what an officer is. Cause this question came up in another context.
Right, and it sounded like we were, among other people, and council people are,
Well, council specifically mentioned.
yeah, councils, but even commissioners, I think, commission members.
Trump claimed he wasn't an officer.
Shh, please, you say that name and I lose.
All right, let's not get on
Let's
tangents.
not do that.
So do we need more legal advice or?
Well, let me ask this, do we want to agree on whether or not it should apply to all employees with an annual salary? And we can follow up on whether the definition of officer includes directors and commissioners. Cause I think it should include directors and commissioners. So I'm gonna,
Yeah.
Lee, you already, Drew made a motion
Right.
to delete salaried employees and Roland seconded it. So is there any further discussion about that?
And you're still with your second, you're okay with the second, I guess?
My only question is, Greg, have you, in your investigation of the ethics, do you think this would help at all?
You mean if they have to take an oath? I didn't really come across anything like that. The only ethics charter sections that I really found were Lakewood and Lima, Ohio. And I didn't look into statutes or ordinances or anything like that.
Okay, anything further? Ready to vote? All in favor of deleting the reference to salaried employees, say aye. Any opposed? Any abstention? Okay, so then the second question is, I think we should ask Lee, what does officers mean in this context? And does it include directors and commissioners? Or should we specify that?
The whole thing about is the president an officer in the Constitution? I mean, that word has become really problematic.
But am I correct in understanding that you're wanting to include directors and commissioners for sure?
Yes.
So let me make a motion on that we specifically include directors and commissioners and we wanna know what else might be included. So the further question is what else would be captured besides that? But I'm gonna make a motion that we specifically refer to directors and commissioners. Do I have a second for that?
Second.
So I just have a question on commissioners. We're commissioners, but
say the same thing.
who else is? I mean, like, there's a commission on
Civil
aging.
service, there's a civil service commission.
But there's a commission on aging, so are they commissioners? Or I'm just asking, I don't know.
I was thinking more in terms of civil service and the planning commission. But there could be other ones. Let me retract my
That's it.
motion, let's find out what it means.
And I would suggest when we go forward, since the ethics being proposed talks about the directors of law and finance, I would specify those and I would let the others go, so that we're not casting this wide net of oath taking over the whole city. So
Well,
we
I
could-
think it should apply to all department directors.
Marty, well, I'm just suggesting because in the public ethics, we're talking about, we're specifically saying departments of law and finance, fiduciary duty, et cetera,
But I think all the directors should have a fiduciary duty.
Okay, so then there'll be some negotiation back and forth. I think whoever is bound by the public ethics thing might be bound by the oath of office. So when
Interesting
we
point,
decide
yeah.
on those things, then we can go back and look at it again.
Okay, so
You're gonna get a definition of what a commissioner is
I gotta see what officers means
and
and
commissioners.
who's included in commissioners. Okay, Craig, you wanna take it away?
Oh, could we pause? There's one more, he does have one more comment, right? That these oaths and affirmations are supposed to be held by the clerk of council, which doesn't make sense since it's the mayor and administration and all the rest of it. Doesn't sound, sounds like it belongs in
Well,
HR.
that's if we're asking salaried employees to take the oath.
Well, but doesn't it also apply to mayor, city administration, et cetera, right? Why should the clerk of council have anything that's related to the mayor? And
I think it makes sense to have them in the human resources department.
I think HR, I think they belong in HR. I would think they belong in HR, so I would.
I'm gonna make a motion that they're, keep the records in HR.
I'll second it.
Any further discussion on that? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, 10.3. Okay, so you gave us a draft, right, Craig?
Yeah, and I was just looking. To be honest with you, so the public ethics information that was in the 2019 version is essentially Lakewood Charter's public ethics section. So I had talked to Kevin about this, and Kevin did a search, and he found that most of the ethics provisions across the state are in ordinances.
Mhm.
They're not in the charters. Like I said, Lima, Ohio had one, Lima, Ohio had one, Lakewood had one, and then I think there were some ethics ordinances he cited to me from Grandview down near Columbus.
Ordinances or charter?
I believe those were ordinances. So essentially my recommendations and what I was discussing is not all that different from what was included in the 2019 provision, because that's essentially the only ethics charter provisions I could find in the state. So what it would come down then is just the questions that are listed on the sheet as to whether we wanted to apply to
All directors.
all directors, right? I don't think we should include salaried employees. But I did not have any changes from the 2019 version, I don't believe. I think Lee had some comments that I had agreed with. So looking at the 2019 version where it talks about section D, he added competent jurisdiction in the United States. I'm fine with that change. I did not have that in mind.
What's the article number we're talking about?
10.3.
So there's these little, there's separate pages that we got. So I guess the first question in 10.3A is, do we want this to apply to directors of all departments?
My bias would be yes, and I would ask the commissioners to, those who don't think it should apply to all department heads, please inform me as to why that would be the case.
I think it should apply to all the directors.
Do we consider that all directors owe a fiduciary duty to the city?
Yes,
Okay, I'm just, to be clear, because that's what we're saying.
yes.
If we put them in, then we would say they all owe a fiduciary duty to the city, okay?
And I would agree.
So, I think that sounds right. But say a director thinks we really need to build a swimming pool because we have all these seniors who want a swimming pool and we can't use the gym. Just say that's the case. Does that director then, is that director bound to say, oh, well, I have a fiduciary duty, so if I look at my fiduciary duty, I change my mind because it's really expensive to build a swimming pool.
Fiduciary duty doesn't relate solely to finances. Fiduciary duty means loyalty to the city. It means you don't have a conflict of interest, you're not furthering your own interests
Oh,
over
I
the
thought
interests of the city.
I thought it had,
It's not financial.
oh, it's not, okay, all right.
No.
Take it back.
It's often used in that, to.
Yeah, that's
imply
the
that
only context I've ever
unfortunately,
heard.
yeah. So it's like I owe a fiduciary duty to my investors to maximize profits, that kind of crap, yeah. So then again, it says, to Linda's point, to avoid actual or perceived conflict of interest, so you're not gonna contract the swimming pool out to your cousin or anything like that, so that's about that.
Yeah, it was gonna be my brother.
Or
Just
have the
kidding.
contractor put a swimming pool in your own backyard.
Yeah,
which
that
has
everybody
been
can
done,
use.
Which has been done. It's been done in this county, folks. There's,
Oh, yeah, where was it?
Brenda, are there any other points
Oh,
we should
are you
look at
talking
in
about
this?
Deborah?
I'm looking at the one page.
Yes.
Right?
Oh, yeah.
So the little peanuts down at the bottom of the page, you're okay with that?
Correct.
All right.
Yeah, I was fine with what the and essentially this is just pulled from the 2019 changes, which was pulled from Lakewood.
so I'm gonna make a motion that this apply to all directors. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, then the second question is, should it apply to salaried employees? I'm gonna motion no.
I'll second that.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Alright.
Any opposed? Any abstain? Okay, C, this is interest in contracts?
We thought this in B, are we gonna look for a rewrite then to mention the other directors? And if so, then the second sentence, these officials and all other directors, anyhow, it needs some revision in the language.
In where?
So in the first sentence, the mayor, directors of the departments of law and finance, is that where we're going to specify or?
We're gonna say all directors.
Okay, in which case then the next sentence, in the interest of preserving public trust, these officials and all other directors of departments is redundant
Now
now.
we'll just say these officials.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Sure.
These officials may delete and all other.
All right, then in C relates to interest in contracts. So this is applying, we will no longer have separate interest in contract provisions in Article 3 or Article 4. I'm wondering, my only question about this is, since in the other sections, we specifically refer to the mayor, the city administrator, and council members, we should do that here too and say neither the mayor, city administrator, council members, any director, nor any other city official or employee. Do you think we need that?
No. No, city official or employee covers the waterfront. Right?
Well, I'm not sure how city official is defined.
Well, the Supreme Court said that Trump was an officer.
That's an officer, this is official, no city official.
Would if you said no city official as listed in section A or employee, would that cover it after we've got section A beefed up? Or would we be missing some people?
Well, aren't we saying absolutely everybody who works for the city, right?
Well,
We're
yes.
talking about, so it should be
But
all
we're not sure
persons on
if-
the payroll.
If absolutely everybody is charter language.
Well,
I just am not sure what the word official means, you know, just as you were saying, well, what does commission scoop in,
Right,
what does
yeah.
official scoop in?
Yeah.
but we want this to be the broadest
Well,
scope possible.
I wanna be very clear about what our expectations are for conflicts of interest. And if we, you know, delineate these folks in A and D, why would we not delineate them in C? That's the only question I'm asking.
Right. We should try and match them up as much as possible. Can we get legal advice when we delineate them in A? It will be sufficient to just say, you know, as as listed in, when we get to C, can we say that, but then we also have to add employee.
Yeah, I'll talk to Lee about that.
I would ask that Lee just, you asked the question that you want, but I would want to know what's the broadest reference we can make.
Yeah.
That would
Most inclusive, yeah.
most inclusive, broadest, that would stand the test of somebody saying, well, I never promised or whatever. You know.
Okay.
I mean, this is such a huge area of abuse, you know.
Well, it's,
Not in Cleveland Heights necessarily.
well, the potential is very great, very high, right? There's a potential for a lot of loss, for
Yeah.
a lot of disruption and loss.
Okay, so I'll ask him about that. Then in D, now the one thing I want to point out about D is that the notion is that we will have a new section that covers removal that applies to the mayor and city council. And you remember that right now, the removal provisions for council and the mayor have slightly different wording about what bad activity would trip removal. So the notion is that the list that's here would apply to both the mayor and city council. And the, Craig, for purposes of drafting, this document doesn't really like defining terms.
No.
So what we would do in the removal is just cross-reference to 10.3D. Anybody have any questions about that? And we have to see the specific new removal provision, but that's what Craig has in mind for how it's gonna look.
Correct.
In the last sentence, third line up, that person shall upon conviction, I would say, rather than upon the conviction. The second the is not crossed out, but I would say shall upon conviction rather than upon the conviction.
Okay.
Can I ask what it means to forfeit the office held? It sounds like that person needs to take an action in that case. I would hope that they wouldn't have to do anything. It would just be that we recognize that person no longer has the position.
I think forfeit is the right legal term to use though.
Is it?
You forfeit
Yeah.
something for this crime.
It doesn't require an act of will on the forfeitor's part.
It doesn't, that's what I'm
Yeah,
saying. It doesn't require an act on the part of the person
Correct, yes, yes, yeah,
being,
right.
okay.
Stacey,
Go ahead.
indeed, this may sound picayune, but will we allow people to stay in office if they have been found guilty of a felony other than the one stated here?
That's what's written, right? I believe that's what's written.
Only in the what? Only in the way it's stated here?
I will have to but there's a removal provision. There's another section, I have to take a look at that, cause it might just be for felony. I have to review that,
Okay.
cause they might be.
Do the other ones refer to any felony?
Oh, I see, there's
It
a-
might, and that's what I have to double check.
Yeah,
Well, we could say any other felony.
Well,
well, do we want to? You know, there's weird laws on the books, like laws against sodomy,
Is that still on the books?
I think so.
Some places, but yeah, I'd be concerned that that would mean that somebody who has a felony on their record but has, done the time, blah, 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 kind of thing, could not run for city council or mayor or this or that. And I don't like punishing ex-felons in that sense. It's, there's a different sentence if in office something happens. But the first part of that says anyone who's been found guilty of a penalty shall not be eligible for any of these offices, and I would not like to do that.
Yeah, I agree with that. But these particular felonies relating to bribery, theft in office, and having an unlawful interest in a public contract, soliciting or accepting improper compensation, perjury related to official, that's very defined. All other felonies are,
It's not like a marijuana
You've-
possession or something
right, and
like
if
that.
you've served your time, you're good to go.
Yeah.
You should be.
I think that, go ahead.
no, go ahead.
I like keeping it restricted to this because these are specifically felonies which call into question the ability of someone to faithfully execute the duties of
Right.
the office. Whereas
Exactly.
other felonies, I think, would not necessarily cast doubt on that.
Yeah, there's a wonderful example of Clinton continuing to do his duties in
So the current removal language though does say at least for the mayor, if he or she is convicted of a felony,
of any felony.
any felony, or shall be convicted of a felony, or shall be declared legally incompetent.
In that case, it's an automatic removal, not a removal proceeding. Like,
The way it's currently structured.
okay, interesting.
So, but the felon, the mayor's being convicted while in office.
Correct.
You know, one of the things that, when I was going back and forth on these things with Lee, I noticed that in the removal language now that applies to city council, there's sort of a due process thing because there's an opportunity for notice and a hearing, and that didn't apply to the mayor. And I said, well, that doesn't seem fair. They should both have some due process. So part of the removal consolidation would have been to afford to the mayor that same due process opportunity. But I hadn't focused on the fact that the mayors apply to any felony. I don't know what the other charters say about that.
And that was added by CEM as part of the whole mayoral change. And that language, when I was doing the research, was pulled from another charter. Shaker or Lakewood.
So
It was just pulled verbatim.
What's a felony regarding marijuana, selling or just possessing? Or is it gone now or what?
I have no idea.
Well, I mean, that would be the
Yeah,
obvious felony, if it's.
sure, and I agree with that, but you're upholding the law. The law may be bad,
Right.
but if you're the mayor,
Right,
you're not supposed to be selling marijuana.
right.
I agree.
Right, no, and I'm not making that argument. I'm not making that. I'm just trying to define what, just for our edification, what
Okay.
how what a felony, what a seemingly unrelated felony might be, I can't think of one,
Right,
but.
but again, this is committed while in office. and I
Right,
think
yeah,
any-
no,
Any felony
you have to
committed in
have-
office,
Yeah, no, I
Judgment.
don't disagree with that, I don't disagree with that.
before office, felonize all you want, go ahead.
Well, but that's not, the way I'm reading it in D, it says that if you have these things in your history, you are ineligible to hold office, right? Which
Just those things that
Those
relate to,
specific felonies.
Yeah,
Right, I
those
understand, but if you do have those things in your history, you can't run for office, because you
Right.
can't hold the office,
Right.
et cetera, et
Right.
cetera, et cetera.
Right.
Yeah.
So it is applicable,
Well,
even if it's
and
occurred,
that
it
was
has occurred.
Graham's point, because these particular offenses would show a lack of executive judgment.
but his, when he was saying any felony.
Right, right.
Yeah.
Craig said that
Yeah.
Currently the charter says.
Right, just from a public
any
relations
felony.
standpoint, you don't want him there that's.
Right.
Even though the felony might not be something we agree with.
Agreed.
So what, do we need any action on this? We agreed that we don't want to extend it to all felonies, that it's as written, we're okay?
Does somebody wanna make a motion?
To what effect?
What's the
Whatever you
motion?
wanna vote on.
Well, it's
Section
here
D?
already, right? So,
So I move that we accept section 10D as presented by Greg with the certain crossings outs and et cetera, with the one addition of crossing out the conviction
Mhm.
in the third line.
But-
If that's detailed enough.
I'll second that, but just as a question, shouldn't we really move to accept all of Craig's the whole thing except for the three things that we've pointed out?
We already voted on.
Oh, did we vote on the other ones?
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
We voted on A
I'm
to
sorry.
include the other directors.
We voted on A, we voted on
We
B.
voted on B.
Okay, all right, never mind.
And C, we're gonna find out how broad official is. And we have to vote on D, so we're up to D.
So that motion, whatever it was.
So your motion, Drew, is to accept as drafted,
And amended.
except we're adding a reference to US and we're taking out the in the last sentence.
Correct.
So that's separate than the question of whether in the removal provision
Right.
the ground should be these only or should also be more general. Let's put that aside for a second and just vote on this. So we have Drew's motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, so Craig, let me suggest that we park for now whether the removal section should have a more general reference to felonies and we'll consider that when we get the full removal language. Does that make sense?
I think I'm gonna have to still go back and clean up some of those other issues. In section 8, yeah, correct, I agree, park it. I guess is the answer.
Okay. So we go to, let's see, that's ethics. We're on to training,
That's a new section.
which is a new section 10.5. We have a separate piece of paper on that. Okay, Craig?
Again, when I had a chance to talk to Kevin about this, there's really nothing in any charter sections other than Lakewood, regarding training for council members or mayors. A lot of it, there are some ordinances that deal with this issue, but not as far as charter language goes. So again, this language is just pulled, for the most part, from Lakewood's charter. The only included language that I added was the highlighted language, which was just based upon our previous discussions in here during our meetings, as well as my conversations with Tony Kuda and Jim Petrus as to what they felt might be necessary for training purposes. But again, if you wanna make it inclusive and add that language, that's fine. If you wanna make it general and not add that language and leave it up to city council as to what the training would entail, I'm fine with that as well.
Is it, I like the list of examples.
Yeah.
I think it's helpful because it helps to convey, you know, what our concerns are about those things. The one question I have is whether we think that 4 hours is adequate.
I had the same concern. I would say 6 or 8.
Let me ask a question, did you have training in any of your council, and how long was that?
Basically, it was a whole day. It was morning, break for lunch, and afternoon kind of thing, at least 6 hours.
Mm-hmm.
And I would say 7 or 8, because you really, 4 hours is just, I mean, you would take 1 hour just on the conflict of interest, finding
Sure.
out what all relatives and that sort of thing. So 4 hours would be way too short, I think, to be comprehensive. Particularly with the list about, you know, roles and
Yeah.
responsibilities, preparation of laws.
Yeah, I really like the insert, the addition.
What do you all think about increasing 4 hours?
I'm fine with that.
Should we make it 8?
I would move that we increase the training for city council members to 8 contact hours.
Would we say 6 to 8 or?
8.
I think we just say 8.
Yeah.
And then this language, but have the option of taking the opportunity for training, I suggested that because I think people who already are in office should have the option of taking the training. If there's some cost to it, city should pay for it.
Yes,
You want to encourage them to take the training.
yes. Do we, would we need to stipulate there that these would also be provided by the city, or was that just to make sure that, you know, if they want to take the opportunity of the training, that the city is still covering that training as well?
We could say, have the option of taking the opportunity for the training provided by the city. How's that?
Yeah, that covers it.
Okay, so do we want a motion to approve this as amended?
So moved.
I'll second.
Any further discussion? Roland, do you have any comments? Do you deal with training in your coursework?
We do. That's why I've kind of been staying out of the discussion, but you can get away with 4 contact hours if you put it online. So it's an option. Otherwise, how would you do what's the provider?
Otherwise what?
How would you do this? I mean, you thinking of a trainer?
Well, we say contact hours though.
Sure, but I'm just trying to figure out, I'm always on the ground, how would this happen?
Mm-hmm.
So are you thinking of a vendor, someone who?
Well, I think currently, some people take advantage of training that's offered through some professional organizations.
Okay,
And I think some of that may be in person and some of it may be online. But when you say contact hours, does that mean in person?
yeah, that's what I was thinking, because that's,
Well, maybe we should say in person or through remote instruction. I don't really care if it's one or the other, it's
Except,
just,
how do you get certifications from remote instruction?
do.
You get a piece of paper that you can prove that you
you
did
do.
it.
And that's how we do all of our training at the university.
So maybe we should say 8 hours of
Shall
instruction,
we just
comma,
take shall we just
in
take out
person or remotely,
or if we
or
could
by
just,
virtual instruction,
or just take out the word contact?
just taking out contact to
Yeah.
it? Okay.
Just 8 hours.
That way they can mix as match as whatever works for them.
Yeah, or what they want to prioritize.
I forget who moved, do we need to move as amended now, or?
Let me just say we start over, so
You move.
Craig, do you want to move to approve as now edited?
Yes.
And Drew, do you want a second?
Yes, I do.
Okay, we have Roland's change, and then any further discussion, comments, questions, concerns? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay. All right. Let's see, where are we? 12.
7D, sorry.
12.4. My next one, anybody have anything before 12.4? This is just a nit. The heading needs to be changed to say mayoral and council compensation review. And then in the text, there's a reference here to mayor that we added in. So all we're doing really is changing, well, it's those two changes. So for 12.4, I'm gonna move that we accept the changes.
The changes, mayoral and council, that's
We're referring to the mayor in the title and also in the text, see where it's
Oh,
underlined,
and the mayor, okay, that's a change, okay.
But this should say, in each odd numbered year.
Right, because it's only every 4 years now. I thought
Yeah,
we
it's not
decided
every
it would be
4,
every 2
we
years.
decided every 2, so we have to say odd numbered.
So the immediately preceding that red part is stricken,
Yes,
Okay.
we're studying
right?
the first 2 lines.
Okay.
And then, I don't know why the last sentence was taken out.
Well, it's a problem because it says other compensation for members of council, but then it doesn't mean the mayor is stricken, but it should be for both mayor and members of council, I believe.
Yeah, it should, the end of that sentence should stay in, and I'm wondering why the last sentence was taken out. I think that may just be because, I don't know why that last sentence was taken out. I think we need that, because we've got the standards in 3.5.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah,
I wanna put that back.
So that should
So we're
recommendation.
studying the last 2 lines as well.
I'm thinking the third line, other compensation for, and striked out, that should be back in, other compensation for the mayor and for members of council, should that be left in?
Yes,
Okay, and then the next one is taken out,
that sentence should come in. It should be put back in.
back in the recommendations set forth.
Yes, because when the commission considers this, we want them to take into account the factors that we laid out in 3.5.
Okay, and that sentence will end with 3.5, the members of council is stricken from that
Correct.
sentence, okay.
and can you read the first sentence as you,
In each odd numbered year, comma, the commission shall conduct a review.
thank you. Somebody got delete happy. Must have been Lee when he got tired.
All right, so motion is to accept this paragraph with the edits we just discussed. Do I have a second?
Second,
Yes.
Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstain? Oh, look, it's the end. Oh, what does this have? We already talked about this report.
We've got non-discrimination.
We already talked about adding this sentence with a deadline for that report, right? We made that May 31st, didn't we?
Yes, uh-huh.
So
We add the stuff in red.
I think we're done with the cleanup document, folks. Woo! Yay!
Awesome.
All right, what else do we have to do here? We talked about Judge Costello's thing.
It's not on the agenda, but there's this one about whether or not council should have the responsibility to be an advocate.
Yes, and then we have these subpoena power
And there's
things,
a
so
few
we've got
there's
2 more.
things left.
What a day.
This-
All right, so the this thing, we got this. This relates to a comment that Guy had made, or a suggestion that Guy had made a number of meetings ago. So Guy, do you want to explain the rationale here?
I can just offer that, and we'll get into the details here, but the origin of my concern was our interviews of the council members, where one of the council members showed no interest, no inclination, no awareness, no anything other than, I'm a legislator. Okay, well, as far as I'm concerned, that's the wrong understanding of what the role is. The role is that you are the intermediary between the residents of the city and the mayor as well. So I suggested, because there's something we can do about describing the role of council, which we don't take anything away from them, but we also mention the fact that they are the people that residents will turn to and ask for help. They are expected to give help to the residents. And so if I can just continue through this, this is from, this is from from Kevin or no?
Yes.
Yeah, so it's from Kevin. So it's uncommon, I think, if I recall it's uncommon. It isn't common, but I found language, last sentence on the first page, I found languages in some places that establishes a citizen's advocate among council members. Yada, yada. And it would be, he's, on the second page, 3.12, he suggests adding something like, when appropriate, members of council shall serve the citizens or residents of the city as advocates through whom they can seek the services of the city and any redress of grievances, which I think is fairly simple, fairly clear, entirely clear, fairly simple. I like it, so I offer it to you for your consideration. Thank you for publishing it.
Where did this go?
3.12 is, there's a section which we didn't spend any time on, but it has to do with the role of council. Council interactions with city administration.
And so I think the reason he suggested putting it there is because we already had a reference in this language to council's constituent service functions. I think that many residents visualize their city council representatives as somebody they can go to if they have a problem. And I think that I give the mayor good grades for trying to establish a more responsive system through his Mayor's Action Center. That's not fully operational at this point, but I think there's a well-established habit of citizens, particularly if they've tried reaching out to administrators and they're not getting a response, but they tend to then call somebody on city council. So it's kind of a reality. And I don't think that it's the case that city council necessarily takes up action on every issue that somebody brings to them. But in some cases, they certainly do try to get the right person within the administration to do something to respond to a complaint that somebody has. So my only point is that I think in the minds of the voters, city council does have a role as somebody that listens to citizen complaints and tries to do something to help them if appropriate.
I don't have a problem reminding reminding everybody that that's a primary job of a city council person. I'm just kind of agog that an elected official would not understand that's 101 of the job. But I don't have a problem in writing it down.
Again, my
No, I'm
initiative for me was I heard somebody tell me
Sure.
that person's a legislator, and that's nice. I'm glad to hear that. But there's more to it than that. And I would only want to follow up on that and say that I don't like the term citizens. I like residents. All right, because if you're a resident here, your money's going to a rent. Somehow you're supporting the city because you're a resident here, even if you're not a citizen. So.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I do favor the resident language change. I worry that this is fanning the flames. That part of the reason we're here is there was already this tension between city staff aren't doing what I tell them to do kind of thing. If we put language in the charter that say that the city council are supposed to be advocates, and especially any redress of grievances, that really concerns me. One thing we were told is that you must not mess with administrative policies, disciplines, practices. If you interfere, you possibly defeat the purpose, because then that person can say, hey, wait a minute, the counselor came in and spoke, kind of thing. So I demand, this delegitimizes the inquiry, kind of thing. So I would be really concerned that this is making things worse in the relations between the city council and the mayor.
I think part of the, Drew, I appreciate that, but I think part of the thinking behind stating it is that in the charter right now, there wasn't any statement that acknowledged this role. And at the same time, in the real world, people see council as having that role. So it's sort of, it's not intended in my mind to give people license to spend all day bothering administrators, because, the when appropriate is there, I think, in Kevin's mind, because he wants to make clear that people shouldn't think the council's gonna take up any and every issue they bring to them. But they may listen to you. Now, for instance, I can remember a time many years ago when Nancy Dietrich was still on council, and I called her because deer started appearing at my front door. And she said, well, I think we have a policy about that. Let me check on that and I'll get back to you. And she got back to me a day or two later and said that she did check with the city and confirmed that the city, the city's policy was not to deal with wildlife. She was concerned about damage coming to the wildlife. And I said to her, well, no, you misunderstand my concern. I'm not worried about the deer getting hurt. I'm worried about a child being hurt because they see a deer and they go up and try to touch the deer, or about a deer causing a car accident. That's,
How about a deer eating every single
well, I was going to the
live thing that
I didn't get into her about how many hostas in my yard the deer have eaten, but I was focusing on the harm thing, because she was thinking about the harm to the animal, which was really not my first concern. But anyway, I'm just saying that I thought it was a perfectly natural thing to call her, and she came back to me and I said, well, okay, all right, the city's not gonna solve this problem for me. So, we take our own measures to try to discourage the deer from eating the buffet that's present in our yard. Sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't.
Just kidding.
But anyway,
So may I just respond, Drew, in terms of responding to you, okay? I think the status quo is what's described here, okay? This isn't changing anything. It's just making it clear to someone who may be disinterested that, oh, by the way, this actually is one of your roles, okay? So I don't think that the administration will see this as a change, because they know they're approached by council all the time for some reason, but again, this says when appropriate, okay, when appropriate. And so there is that balance of power and the back and forth relationships.
The problem is we're getting complaints about the status quo. The status quo where certain councilors feel that it's their job to go into the administration and say, why aren't you doing this? This is kind of reinforcing that city councilors should be advocates, particularly redress of grievances. I really worry that the rest of the language is great. I think that's perfect. It's balanced. It's not, tipping the scales or anything like that. But in adding this about advocates and redress of grievances, we're saying kind of thing. And I know the councilor you're talking about, and I think you're misreading that approach kind of thing, because some of her legislation has been very proactive as far as dealing with, concerns of residents kind of thing. But I worry that adding this sentence is making the situation worse.
could I make a suggestion? Would it help if we said members of council may
Rather than
serve as,
shall.
rather than shall?
It would certainly tone it down.
Does that offend you, Guy?
No, that's fine.
Is constituent services functions defined anywhere else or used anywhere else?
No.
So is it presumed that this sentence is referring to those
Mhm.
constituent services functions?
That's it, just before, in the sentence just before.
So the change then, this would read, when appropriate, members of council may serve the residents of the city as advocates through whom residents can seek the services of the city and any redress of grievances. That's the revised language. I'm gonna make a motion that we accept that with those edits. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Any further discussion? Ready to vote? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed?
Okay, so we've got 6 yes and 1 no. Okay, thank you. And then we have,
For 3.
We could get
we're
out
gonna
early.
finish this. Subpoena power. All right, so Drew, do you want to address this?
Not really, no.
I thought Lee said that you had asked that he provide this.
Is this what he sent?
Yeah,
Okay. And I'm sorry, I lost track of what was going on. I just don't know who's sometimes sends what's and what the recommendations are. So we have to look at option 1 or option 2. I'm really sorry.
yeah, so the difference between the two, I think, is pretty simple. In the first one,
Oh, I get you.
council
Yes,
president
thank
has
you.
the power to subpoena. In the second one, it's council. I kind of like the second one.
Yes,
Because I
thank
don't think the subpoena power should be used in a unilateral, one person does it kind of way. It's a pretty special thing. And I would say that it should be by vote of council.
Thank you. That reminds me of what this was. Yeah, I sent the first one back to Kevin and Lee saying, I'm not happy with the council president having unilateral power, and they rewrote it for the second, so I'm highly in favor of the second because that involves the whole council in making a decision. And then the council president, empowered by the council, shall do that. Thanks for reminding me. I'm sorry I blanked on that.
Linda, I'm sorry, I just have to ask a question. What's the difference? I think we got rid of the judicial power of the mayor. How does this link with us doing that?
So, this power already exists by ordinance. The only reason we considered it is because the mayor suggested it.
Okay.
And we voted, there was a vote to add it. I don't think I voted in favor of that, but there was a vote to add it.
But wait a minute, you said it already exists, why are we?
By
By
ordinance, it's by statute. A state statute already provides for
Oh,
this.
yeah.
But the mayor suggested that we add it to the charter. I don't think we need it,
I don't
but I lost that vote, so I'm not trying to reopen that, but that's the history of it. So but I think if we have it, that option 2, I think, is more appropriate than option 1.
And since I was a strong proponent of it, I would just offer that the reason why I was such a strong proponent is that council, it's not commonly understood that somebody other than the judge has the ability to subpoena something, anything, all right? And that by putting it into the charter, council is either informed for the first time or reminded as when they give it attention that they actually do have that power, all right? And it's a power that they've never used, I think, as far as we know. We don't know of any instance when they use it, but if things got into circumstances where it was important, then they would know. They would better chance that they're going to know it. Better chance that you have some action taken on the part of council. And that's how we got there. That's how we got here.
Thank you.
So just to be clear, it's already in state law, this is a reminder that they have it?
It's in an ordinance.
No, statute.
It's in a statute of the
State statute.
state
Yeah.
statute.
And that varies from state to state because that's when and then I did a little online research and found out that Ohio does give city council subpoena power, which was news to me. So I thought also that, that putting it in the charter would remind the council that they have this power and also remind the citizens because, a lot of what's been discussed about, the council should be able to do this, that, and the other thing. Well, the council can subpoena people and maybe they need to be reminded of that if they're feeling kind of powerless or that sort of thing.
Is it our
Look in the
job to
training.
remind people of something they
Yeah.
already have?
I'm sorry, what's that, Craig?
You just included in the training provision in the charter saying training on council subpoena power, as opposed to creating a whole new
Well,
charter.
I mean, that would be fine.
But I didn't go deeply enough into state law to find out how the council would actually exercise subpoena power. And I think if we're gonna give them that power, we wanna make sure they exercise it as a council and not unilaterally as the council president. So I think, put it in the training as well and then refer them to this section.
But is it our job to remind people of state statutes in the charter,
Well,
in our charter?
I think it's our job in the charter to define council's power because that's, other language in the charter kind of thing. And so since we realize the council has this power, we better define it for them so that they don't end up, playing around with it themselves and hurting themselves. So
I know, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll make a motion, go ahead.
No, if I might, Craig, you weren't in these discussions because you weren't here, okay?
Well,
So-
I did hear it. I couldn't vote, but I did hear it.
Oh, okay. But I know, just as the strong proponent of this, to have it specifically listed in the training specifications within the charter as something they should be trained in would suffice for my purposes. It may not suffice for anybody else's, but that would be enough for me because my idea is that they need to know this because it's so extraordinary, at least by my experience, extraordinary that the council should have the ability to subpoena something.
Agreed.
So are you suggesting that we add this to the list of training topics?
It's already in there, right?
No, it's not.
Oh.
I would suggest that it gets added to the training topics. I would also reopen the question of whether or not we need this particular provision in the charter stated separately. If we have it.
I thought
training.
you wanna reopen something we've already voted on?
Yeah, I'd be in favor of that.
I'm sorry?
I'd be in favor of that.
Okay.
Since it's three, I'm gonna if it's not premature, I'll make a motion to add option 2 to the charter.
Okay, so you're making a motion to add it.
Yes. Because I think it's important if we recognize that the council has subpoena power, we have to give them guidelines for the operation, the use of the subpoena power. Otherwise, they're gonna have to work it out on their own.
Okay, so in other words, you're saying do both.
Yes.
Add it to the charter and add it to the training.
Absolutely, because if it's in the training, then we need to say, and by the way, this is what training in the your subpoena power would involve, knowing how to do it.
All right, so we already had voted to add the subpoena power, so it's just a question of the wording.
Well, no, Guy just said he wants to open it up
But
together.
But there's no motion on the table for that yet.
there's not a motion.
Okay.
I didn't mean to preempt you, I didn't know you were.
No, I'm fine, I'm fine. So we have a motion, is it seconded?
Second.
So discussion, so cognitive dissonance. As a general proposition, I hope that we don't get into revisiting many things that we have already decided because I like spending time with you folks. Even today, my birthday, I like spending time with you. However, this has to come to an end. At least we have to stop meeting like this. So with that caveat, I would just say, does anybody have any further comments or questions?
Well, I would kind of like to defer this to
Yeah.
the next meeting because it's after 3 already. And, I think a few people have a few things to say. I mean, I don't know, but.
I'm okay with deferring it till the next meeting.
Well, we have a motion on the floor, so I think we have to address the motion. I feel that if, whether or not we end up deciding to strike this from the charter, if it goes in the charter as we have currently voted, I think it should go in as Drew has motioned. So I'd like to address this motion independently of any other consideration, and maybe next meeting we can come
The motion
revisit whether it
is
should
just
go
to
in
add
the
it to
charter.
the training?
No, to
No,
add-
he's saying if we put it in, it will be option 2, but at the next meeting, we'll discuss whether we want to add it or not.
To add this language to the charter and add language to the training thing about training and subpoena power. So we do two things. We add this language, this text here, option 2, to the council powers. And then in the training section, we specifically say, and in use of the subpoena.
That's not deferring to the question at all.
Well, we're just agreeing on the text. We're agreeing on this text and we're agreeing on putting it in the training if we decide at the next meeting that we want to do it.
Because we've already decided to do it. So now we're amending our decision to do it with this text.
Right. And that's fine, that's fine,
And
we
we're
can
trying
raise
not to go back and undecide something we decided at a previous meeting kind of a thing, so. So I don't know where we are, we've got a motion on the floor, what do we do?
Done with discussion? Call the question.
So the motion is if we agree to keep it in, we use option 2 and we add it to the training. Is that what I'm hearing? Or do you wanna do those as two different motions?
But the motion is to add it to the charter, right?
It's to use this language
In the charter amendment.
in the
because we've
charter, but
already-
with the understanding that at the next meeting, there are some folks who wanna reconsider whether we wanna put it in the charter. Right?
That's a separate activity.
Separate thing for next time.
Totally separate.
Alright, so for right now, we've got a motion and a second. And how are we voting on that? How many are in favor of this language if we use it? And putting it in the training if we use it?
Aye.
Alright, everybody's in favor of that, alright. Okay, do I have a motion to adjourn?
Can I just really quick action item
Oh, sure.
recap? I know we're a little over time. So next week, we're gonna be revisiting the budget amendments Guy has prepared, the land acknowledgement I prepared, and we will also be altering the initiative as we discussed the
Oh, yeah, that's the
for Wednesday.
And we have to vote on
changes
that.
to the initiative petition.
Yes, so all those will be revisited on Wednesday, as well as some things for Lee to look at, such as the broad nature of the term official in 10.3D and returning to the topic of canvassing. And it was requested that I review upcoming meeting dates. Just for clarity, I've sent out invitations to everyone's given CRC email. So we have our next meeting will be Wednesday, 1st of May, followed 3 days later with a Saturday meeting at the usual time. We're going to be 2 to 4, Saturday, May 4th. And then the next meeting after that will be May 11th. Oh no, next meeting after that will be May 8th, Wednesday,
Right?
6 to 8.
May 9th.
Nope. And then meeting after that will be
11th.
Saturday, the 11th, again from 10 to 3. And I guess we'll conclude the review there.
And I have 2 other action items. One is the ranked choice voting will restore vacancies terminology. And then in ranked choice voting also, there was a sentence on council and other positions, and that was supposed to be restored as well. I guess you probably already.
Oh,
had
edits,
that.
those are edits, yeah.
And my understanding is Linda took notes on all the
Yeah,
edits.
you got all that, so it's
Yeah.
unnecessary.
Motion to adjourn?
Second.
Any, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?